Chapter 1590. The dragons landed on the vast square in front of the dragon palace. This square could be described as vast. It was really too big. Tang Zheng had never seen such a big square. There were many dragons walking on the square. Some were dragons, some were humans, and all of them were exuding dragon might. Tang Zheng stood on the plaza and couldn't help but look around. The other dragon clans also looked at him. And when they saw the dragon horn on his head, they all revealed expressions of shock. They stopped in their tracks and stared at him without blinking. There were already sounds of discussion in the dragon clan, and they were pointing at each other. Tang Zheng didn't seem to see it. His gaze swept past the dragons and looked toward the dragon palace. Standing on the ground, he could feel the majestic aura of the dragon palace. It made people involuntarily have the urge to kowtow. The gate of the dragon palace was very large. On both sides stood dragon guards with weapons in their hands. They were awe-inspiring and directly blocked their path. Some dragons came forward to negotiate. Only then were they let go. When Tang Zheng walked through the gate, he could clearly feel the vigilance and curiosity in the eyes of the dragon guards. When the other dragons saw that Tang Zheng was actually indifferent, as if he had come to an ordinary place, they were all surprised and clicked their tongues in wonder. Immediately, they were also filled with a strong curiosity about Tang Zheng's background. Passing through layers upon layers of magnificent palaces, Tang Zheng enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention along the way. Finally, they arrived at the core of the dragon palace. The dragon palace. The dragon head that roared at the sky stood at the top of the dragon palace, making the dragon palace even more majestic and inviolable. The guards of the dragon palace were very strict, but it seemed that they had already received information that they would come, so they were not stopped at all. Under the eyes of the two groups of majestic dragon guards, Tang Zheng and the golden dragon walked into the dragon palace, while most of the other dragon clans were blocked outside the dragon palace. Only the dragon clans that first discovered Tang Zheng were allowed to enter together. After stepping into the dragon palace, Tang Zheng could clearly feel that the aura around him had undergone an earth-shattering change. The terrifying dragon might was everywhere, converging from all directions, giving him a huge pressure that fiercely enveloped his body. He took a deep breath and circulated the dragon god art, dispelling the dragon might. This way, he wouldn't show any fear in front of others or act strangely. The dragon palace hall was the core of the dragon domain's power. The high dome was richly ornamented and painted. It was extremely beautiful and magnificent. Moreover, it was mainly golden in color. It was a dazzling sight. Tang Zheng's attention was first attracted by the 8 dragons on both sides. They were all in human form and sat on exquisite thrones. They were high and mighty, as if they were looking down on all living things. When Tang Zheng walked in, 8 pairs of eyes shot over in unison and focused on him. Their sharp gazes seemed to be able to pierce through his body and mind, completely seeing through him. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. He guessed that they must be the 8 dragon envoys that the golden dragon had mentioned earlier. No wonder they could become dragon envoys. Just their auras alone were enough to suppress the other dragons, giving people a feeling that they couldn't be ignored. Furthermore, when the 8 of them pressed down together, their terrifying dragon might could make the other dragons not dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. Facing all this, the golden dragon had already lowered his head, not daring to face the 8 dragon envoys. Only Tang Zheng was not afraid in the slightest. He openly met their gazes, looked at them, and also carefully sized them up. The dragon envoys all revealed expressions of shock. He actually dared to be so bold. This was a complete provocation. How dare you? Where did you come from? Why aren't you kneeling down when you see the dragon envoys? A dragon envoy roared and berated with a stern expression. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. The dragons were really used to being high and mighty, even in front of their own kind. They seemed to like to play with their own status. Tang Zheng and the golden dragon stood still. The golden dragon had only been to the dragon palace once before. He deeply felt the majesty of the dragon palace and didn't dare to act rashly. Last time, all the dragon envoys and the dragon king denied his words, thinking that it was a fantasy. He was very hurt and couldn't help but worry about Tang Zheng. However, seeing how calm Tang Zheng was, he swallowed all his words back into his stomach. Do dragons like to kneel? You actually have to kneel when you see your own kind. This etiquette is really thoughtful. Tang Zheng curled the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, without a hint of sarcasm. Hiss. Looking at this person, many dragons gasped. He actually dared to talk back to the dragon envoys, and all 8 of them at that. This was really audacious. The 8 dragon envoys were stunned for a moment. Almost at the same time, they were furious and berated. How dare you speak so rudely in the dragon palace? You have no manners at all. Whose descendant are you? This is none of your business. I'm here to look for the Dragon King. I have something important to discuss with him. I don't want to waste time on other things. So, quickly ask the Dragon King to come out. Don't keep us in suspense. Tang Zheng was worried that the Dragon Slayer would arrive at Langya Pavilion at any time. Time waits for no man, so he said it directly. However, his words were like a bolt from the blue. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. He actually wanted to see the Dragon King. Did he really think that anyone could meet the Dragon King? Lord Dragon Envoy, Master really has something important to discuss with the Dragon King. Please make an exception. The Golden Dragon saw that the atmosphere wasn't harmonious and was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he quickly explained. You don't have the right to speak here. I'll settle this with you later. The Dragon Envoy didn't even look at the Golden Dragon and said disdainfully. It was as if they didn't care about the Dragon Clan at all. The Dragon Clan had always been high and mighty, but within the Dragon Clan, there was a strict hierarchy. The other Dragon Clans would never dare to do what Tang Zheng and the Golden Dragon did. Tang Zheng's frown deepened. He looked deeply at the 8 Dragon Envoys and couldn't help but sigh. The Dragon Clan's decline wasn't unrelated to him. At least, this kind of high and mighty attitude wasn't likable. Our mouths are on our bodies. How can we not have the right to speak? I really didn't expect that the Dragon Clan would become like this. They only know how to be arrogant. Actually, if you were really powerful, you could have gone to find the Dragon Slayer for revenge instead of coldly looking at your own fellow countrymen. How could Tang Zheng endure this kind of vexation? So he directly pushed back. These words angered the 8 Dragon Envoys even more. Some of the Dragon Envoys stood up as if they wanted to teach Tang Zheng a lesson. Tang Zheng wasn't afraid at all. He stood there proudly and looked directly at the Dragon Envoy. His stare made the Dragon Envoy feel guilty. I heard that you also have dragon horns. Is that true? The 2 sides were in a deadlock for a while before a Dragon Slayer broke the silence again. Obviously, this was one of their main concerns. As Dragon Envoys, they were the most mysterious existences in the Dragon Clan. They also had dragon horns, but the length was different. However, they were all very clear about the mysteriousness and power of dragon horns, so naturally, they were the first to ask this question. Of course I have dragon horns. I heard that you all have them too. Tang Zheng didn't back down and said lightly, how did you get your dragon horns? A Dragon Envoy asked curiously. They grew naturally when I was cultivating the dragon god arts. Tang Zheng said honestly. He had already grown dragon horns before fusing with the dragon god fragment. They grew naturally when you were cultivating the dragon god arts? The Dragon Envoys were all shocked. They looked at each other and Tang Zheng in disbelief. What's wrong with that? Tang Zheng indifferently asked in return. Of course not. The Dragon Envoy was resolute and said angrily. Please understand the situation before you brag. Otherwise, your bragging is going to reach the heavens. The Dragon God Arts is a powerful ability, but it definitely won't let dragon horns grow. Chapter 1591. The other dragons also looked at Tang Zheng with ridicule. It wasn't like no one had cultivated the Dragon God Arts before. It was just that all dragons had cultivated the Dragon God Arts before. This was the foundation of all dragons' divine abilities. Yet no one else had grown dragon horns. This was truly a fantasy. The Golden Dragon knew that Tang Zheng's talent was special. He had the 9 young saint body and was a celestial. Perhaps this had something to do with his talent. As for what Tang Zheng said, there was not a single lie. He had indeed cultivated the Dragon God Art, and then naturally grew dragon horns. Thus he stepped forward and loudly said, I can testify. The other dragons all looked at him. The Dragon Envoy glanced at him with disdain. and didn't place him in his eyes at all. He lightly said, "Your words are not trustworthy." The golden dragon wanted to retort, but facing the dragon envoy, his fear of heaven and earth made him stop. Tang Zheng took a step forward and closed the distance between him and the dragon envoy. He helped the golden dragon out of his predicament and said, "I came to the dragon domain for the sake of the dragon clan's survival, not to waste my saliva with you. I never thought that the dragon race would fall to this level, and only know how to argue amongst themselves. Could it be that when facing a dragon slayer, you think you can use your mouth to retreat?" This retort could be said to be sharp and pointed at the most painful part of the dragon race's heart. The 8 dragon envoys all stood up and angrily said, "How dare you? I think you've been wandering outside for too long and have completely forgotten the rules of the dragon race. Then we'll teach you the rules." A dragon envoy strode down the stairs. They didn't order the other dragons to attack. After all, Tang Zheng had dragon horns, and the dragon envoy knew how powerful they were. If the other dragons attacked, they might not win. The dragon envoy directly attacked to intimidate the other side, and let him understand the dragon envoy's strength. It wasn't something the other dragons could contend against. "Master!" The golden dragon saw this and became anxious. He tried to step forward, but was blocked by Tang Zheng. "Don't worry, I'll do it." Tang Zheng gave the golden dragon a comforting look and walked over to the dragon envoy. When the two sides were only a few meters apart, the dragon envoy attacked first. Shwa! The sharp and domineering golden light appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Tang Zheng in an instant. It was as if the golden light had been there all along and Tang Zheng had walked right into it. Tang Zheng was unmoved. He continued to walk toward the dragon envoy. Whoosh! Whoosh! In such a short distance, the power of the golden light was extremely shocking. Many dragons gasped because it had been too long since they had seen the dragon envoy make a move. "I'm so lucky to have this opportunity today." Of course, they couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune, thinking that this unknown dragon was going to suffer a great loss. After this lesson, he would understand what the rules of the dragon race were. Offending one's superiors was not a light crime. Tang Zheng's footsteps did not stop. He saw the golden light coming at him, but it seemed to be a step too slow. It actually did not catch up with him. The golden light missed and hit the void behind him. It exploded with a loud bang. Chi waves rolled, but it did not affect Tang Zheng in the slightest. At that moment, pairs of eyes seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. What the hell? What was going on? How could this be? The dragon envoy was also shocked. He immediately regained his composure and prepared to launch the first round of attacks. However, just as the golden light flashed, Tang Zheng had already walked in front of him and grabbed him. Whoosh! The dragon envoy moved directly toward Tang Zheng. His feet drew a long trail on the ground. It was obvious that the dragon envoy was trying his best to resist, but he could not stop Tang Zheng. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the dragon envoy crashed into Tang Zheng's palm and was completely under his control. This scene shocked all the dragons. Cries of surprise rang out everywhere. Even the other dragon envoys could not remain calm. It had come too quickly and ended too quickly. Before anyone could react, the dust had settled. The dragon envoy had lost. It was a complete and clean defeat. Stop! The other dragon envoys felt the same way and shouted. Tang Zheng raised his eyes and looked at the 7 dragon envoys on the throne. He said mockingly, "Now you know to stop? Where did your aura go? Where did you come from, Dragon Clan?" The dragon envoy shouted. Tang Zheng snorted and did not comment. His gaze fell on the dragon envoy in his hand. The dragon envoy kept struggling. It was obvious that he did not want to admit defeat. His eyes bulged like copper bells as he glared fiercely at Tang Zheng. "You're finished. Offending your superiors is a serious crime in the Dragon Clan. No matter where you come from, you can forget about leaving the Dragon Palace." The dragon envoy threatened sternly. Tang Zheng did not care. He said, "You've already fallen into my hands and you still dare to be so arrogant. You're really arrogant. Since that's the case, let's see how long you can be arrogant for." Tang Zheng's fingers tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon envoy's joints immediately cracked. His bones seemed to be on the verge of breaking. It was clear how terrifying the strength in his hand was. "Stop, stop quickly!" the dragon envoy shouted, but Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear. The other dragon clan members trembled in fear. Their hearts trembled. This dragon clan member was truly audacious. The golden dragon had witnessed all the ups and downs that Tang Zheng had gone through, but he understood his style of doing things very well. The dragon envoy had been high and mighty from the very beginning, and did not put him in his eyes, which was why he retaliated so sharply. If the dragon envoy had been kind from the start, perhaps things would not have developed to this point. Although he was also a dragon clan member, he stood firmly on Tang Zheng's side. He was fully alert, afraid that he would be flustered if they fought. Tang Zheng had no intention of stopping. In an instant, the dragon envoy did not even have the strength to shout for him to stop. He could only gasp for breath as if he had really reached his limit. Finally, he begged for mercy in a low voice. "Don't use too much strength. Please let me go." The high and mighty dragon envoy was actually begging for mercy. This made the other dragon clan members' jaws drop. The other 7 dragon envoys felt as if they had been slapped in the face. They were burning with shame. "Shut up!" The other dragon envoys shouted loudly, stopping their companion from begging for mercy. "Don't even think about leaving the dragon palace today." The 7 dragon envoys were bristling with righteous indignation as they surrounded him. "Don't touch my master." The golden dragon did not hesitate. He stepped forward and stood beside Tang Zheng. His whole body glowed with golden light as his dragon might erupted. He looked at the dragon envoy, ready to attack. Tang Zheng glanced at the golden dragon from the corner of his eye, and smiled knowingly. The golden dragon looked at this smile, and felt warmth in his heart. His expression became even more determined. This smile seemed to have given him great courage and confidence. His originally anxious heart also calmed down. He met the gazes of the dragon envoys. "Impudent, you're really lawless," the dragon envoy roared. The 7 dragon envoys flashed and surrounded Tang Zheng and the golden dragon. Chapter 1592. The 7 dragon envoys surrounded Tang Zheng and the golden dragon. The other dragons all retreated to give them space, afraid that they would be implicated. Sister-in-law Sokolal said, "Look at the most beautiful woman." However, Tang Zheng was extremely calm. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile, and said, "Are we really going to fight? Before I came here, I had thought of countless scenarios, but this was the only one I didn't think of. Hehe, the dragon clan is really not the same as before. After the dragon god fell, the dragon clan actually became like this." Sigh. A long sigh, filled with indescribable complicated emotions. Tang Zheng's emotions were indeed very complicated. In fact, he could completely stay out of this matter and ignore the life and death of the dragon clan, as well as other matters like life and death. In any case, from the few interactions he had with the dragon slayers could not sense him like the other dragons. As long as he was fully prepared, it would be difficult for the dragon slayers to find him, which meant that he was much less dangerous than the other dragons. If not for the promise he made to the dragon clan seniors, and because he had obtained many inheritances from the dragon clan, he would not meddle in other people's business. Especially when these dragon envoys had such an attitude, it was too disappointing. When the dragon envoys heard the 2 words dragon god, they did not have any reaction, and were already prepared to attack. "Stop." Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. With a flash of golden light, a figure appeared on the throne in the middle of the high platform. He had a long beard, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked very dignified. Most importantly, there were 2 horns on both sides of his forehead. Dragon horns. After he transformed into a human, there were dragon horns, and those dragon horns were even longer and bigger than Tang Zheng's. His identity was obvious, the Dragon King. When the Dragon King appeared, the other dragons all bowed and called out respectfully, "Dragon King." Even the golden dragon bowed slightly. It was obvious how powerful the Dragon King's dignity was. In the Dragon Palace, only 2 people did not bow. One was the dragon envoy who had lost his freedom, and could not bow even if he wanted to. The other was Tang Zheng, who raised his head and looked at the Dragon King casually. He stared straight at the two dragon horns, his heart thumping as he thought to himself, amazing. No wonder he could become the Dragon King. Just these two dragon horns alone were enough to prove his cultivation and strength. The Dragon King looked at Tang Zheng's arrogant attitude and frowned slightly, but he didn't probe further. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "Did you just mention the Dragon God?" The other dragons looked up in confusion and glanced at the Dragon King. They did not know what he meant. Dragon God? What was that? Why haven't I heard of it before? The Dragon Clan had only heard of the Dragon King, but had never heard of the Dragon God. Even the dragon envoys looked suspicious. They looked at each other and gently shook their heads, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Tang Zheng saw their reaction and combined it with the Golden Dragon's previous words. He suddenly realized that the Dragon God was related to the traitor of the dragon race, which was the core secret of the dragon race. Therefore, no one in the Dragon Clan knew about this except for the Dragon King. Even the high and mighty dragon envoy was kept in the dark about this. The Dragon Clan is really unscrupulous for their so-called honor. For so many years, they have completely kept the Dragon Clan in the dark. Tang Zheng sighed and looked directly at the Dragon King. He said indifferently, "Yes, I mentioned the Dragon God." After that, he looked at the Dragon King meaningfully. The Dragon King was very smart. He saw the hidden meaning in Tang Zheng's eyes and ordered the other dragons, "Stand down." The other dragons looked at the Dragon King in surprise, but no one dared to disobey the Dragon King's order. Even the dragon envoy had to step aside obediently. Tang Zheng also let go of his hand. The dragon envoy was freed and wanted to retaliate. However, after looking at the Dragon King, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and step aside unwillingly. Tang Zheng looked at the Dragon King and asked jokingly, "Do you want to fight too? How dare you speak to the Dragon King in such a tone?" The dragon envoy could not stand it anymore and scolded loudly with a dark face. The Dragon King waved his hand, indicating for the dragon envoy not to make a fuss. He walked towards Tang Zheng step by step and said in a low voice, "How did you know?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "This is indeed a secret to the Dragon Clan. However, there is no such thing as an absolute secret in this world." Seeing that Tang Zheng wanted to continue, the Dragon King's expression turned cold. He waved his hand and ordered the other dragons, "All of you stand down." Dragon King. The dragon envoy looked at the Dragon King worriedly and did not move. The Dragon King looked around sternly and asked, "Do you want me to say it again?" No one dared to ask the Dragon King to say it again. Although they had many questions, they still walked out obediently. However, they kept glancing at Tang Zheng as if warning him not to act rashly in front of the Dragon King. "You also go out," the Dragon King said when he saw that the Golden Dragon did not move. The Golden Dragon's heart trembled. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Tang Zheng. He said lightly, "He knows everything that I know. There is nothing to hide from him. He must stay." Tang Zheng was afraid that the dragon envoy would take revenge on the Golden Dragon after he left. After all, the Golden Dragon was not their match. The Golden Dragon looked at Tang Zheng gratefully and stopped in his tracks. The Dragon King frowned and looked at the Golden Dragon deeply. This was a scrutinizing gaze, very cautious. After a moment, the Dragon King turned his head, obviously agreeing to let the Golden Dragon stay. "You can talk about the Dragon God now. How do you know about the Dragon God? Who told you?" The Dragon King said in a deep voice. "It seems that my guess was right. In the entire Dragon Clan, I'm afraid that you are the only one who knows about the Dragon God." Tang Zheng did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he said meaningfully, "This is the core secret of the Dragon Clan. Of course, only I, the Dragon King, know about it. Therefore, I am very curious. Who told you this?" "The Dragon Slayer told me," Tang Zheng said lightly, but these words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the Dragon King's expression to change greatly. He cried out in surprise, "Dragon Slayer? How is that possible? Why is that impossible?" Tang Zheng asked back. The Dragon King looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief and said, "You saw the Dragon Slayer, so how can you still stand in front of me alive?" In the past, as long as the Dragon Clan was targeted by the Dragon Slayer, there was basically no chance of survival. That was why the Dragon King was so surprised. Moreover, there were not many dragon slayers who knew about the dragon god. Those were the upper echelons of the dragon slayer, and their fighting strength was very strong. If Tang Zheng wanted to know about the dragon god, he could only hear it from them. Then he should not be standing here unscathed. In fact, it was precisely because of this that the relationship between the dragon god and the dragon slayer had been kept a secret. Even if the dragon slayer had mentioned this to the dragon clan, the dragon clan could not escape from the dragon slayer's evil hands. Naturally, this secret was kept. Seeing the dragon king making such a fuss, Tang Zheng directly said, "I do admit that the dragon slayer is powerful, but it's definitely not as terrifying as you say. Otherwise, how could I kill so many dragon slayer?" "You killed a lot of dragon slayer?" The dragon king shouted again. When the dragon clan outside heard the shout, they all wanted to rush in, but they did not dare to take half a step forward. The atmosphere in the dragon palace became strange. The way the dragon king looked at Tang Zheng changed again and again. It was not that he had never killed a dragon slayer before. The other dragon clan had also killed a dragon slayer before, but that was many years ago. All these years, the dragon clan's headquarters had been hiding in the dragon domain, and no longer had a direct confrontation with the dragon slayer. Only a few lone dragon clan fought with the dragon slayer, but without exception, these dragon clan all died. But Tang Zheng had actually killed many dragon slayer. Chapter 1593. Wow. Dragon King looked at Tang Zheng's calm and composed manner, and started to hesitate again. He didn't seem to be bragging. Combined with what he said, it seemed that he was most likely telling the truth. But how was that possible? Even with Dragon King's rich imagination, it was extremely difficult for him to imagine what was going on. Tang Zheng looked at Dragon King indifferently, and ignored his reaction. He was the king of a race. Why was he so afraid of the enemy? Did he have no confidence in his own race at all? It was as if he was scared out of his wits by the dragon slayer. Both parties fell into silence, and the atmosphere became strange. After a long while, Dragon King spoke again and asked, "Although you have dragon horns, it is not easy to kill the dragon slayer. How did you kill them? Where did you kill them?" Obviously, Dragon King wanted to know more details. Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said casually, "It took a lot of effort to kill the first one, but it was much easier to kill the rest in Langya Pavilion." Langya Pavilion? The Dragon King was shocked and his eyes widened. "You're lying. How can a dragon slayer reach the Langya Pavilion? That is a place that only the dragon race can reach. It is impossible for other races to reach." Dragon King became agitated. He thought to himself that he was almost fooled by this kid. He didn't expect him to give himself away so much. Any dragon who heard this would be able to expose his lies without any effort. Dragon King immediately raised his head high and looked down at Tang Zheng with disdain. Tang Zheng raised his head and looked at Dragon King mockingly. He didn't know where his confidence came from. He was the Dragon King. This was no longer pride and nobility, but arrogance and conceit. "You have never seen it before, so it is impossible? Arbitrary." Tang Zheng's simple retort made Dragon King's expression rich. His gaze darkened and became sharp and dignified. He said, "You have no proof. How can you prove it?" "I have no way to prove it. Perhaps you will know the next time the Dragon Slayer arrives at Langya Pavilion." Tang Zheng paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, even if the next Dragon Slayer comes to Langya Pavilion, you won't know. Because you can't sense them at all, so naturally, you can't see them." The Langya Pavilion was a very special place. Every member of the Dragon Clan could enter it without interfering with each other. In other words, even if every Dragon Clan member entered Langya Pavilion at the same time, they would not be able to see each other. The Langya Pavilion had a special function that could isolate the dragons within, allowing them to do as they pleased without being disturbed. Therefore, if Tang Zheng hadn't obtained the mysterious inheritance of the Dragon Clan's senior, he wouldn't have been able to sense those dragon slayers and naturally wouldn't have been able to see them. Tang Zheng's words greatly provoked the Dragon King, causing his expression to fluctuate. He snorted angrily and said, "The Langya Pavilion isolates every dragon clan. Even if the dragon slayers enter, They will be isolated from the other dragon clans. How can you see them? Therefore humph a bunch of lies. Tang Zheng shook his head and sighed. Do you think I saw what you saw? Ridiculous. The Langya Pavilion can isolate the other dragons, but not me. Do you understand? The Dragon King's thick eyebrows twitched. He was skeptical. Then how did you do it? Tang Zheng wasn't in a hurry to answer. He said, I wonder if you've explored the place shrouded in fog outside the Langya Pavilion. The Dragon Clan has an ancestral rule. The descendants of the Dragon Clan must never set foot in that area. The Dragon King said righteously. Suddenly, he realized something and stared sharply at Tang Zheng. He asked in bewilderment, Did you go to that area? Tang Zheng knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he simply admitted it openly. Yes, the Dragon King's aura sword. He roared furiously. How dare you do that? You're going against the Dragon Clan's ancestral rule. You're a sinner of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King's reprimand was so heavy that the Golden Dragon's heart was in suspense. He looked at him worriedly and wanted to refute him. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was calm. He raised his eyelids and said, You want to punish me with this? Haha, it's not certain who's the sinner of the Dragon Clan. Don't you want to know what's in that area? The Dragon King's heart trembled. He blurted out, What's there? After saying that, he realized that he had been led by the nose by Tang Zheng. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He was secretly angry, but he had to suppress his anger. The other Langya Pavilion is upside down. There are countless dead Dragon Clan members and their dragon souls buried in it. Tang Zheng said concisely. Dragon souls. The Dragon King turned pale with fright. His expression was unprecedentedly rich. At the same time, many thoughts that had been in his mind for a long time surged out like a tide. As the Dragon King, he naturally knew more about the inside stories and secrets of the Dragon Clan than the other Dragon Clan members. One of them was the inside story of the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb had been destroyed by the Dragon Slayers, and many dragon souls had fallen into the hands of the Dragon Slayers. Most of the dragon race thought so, but the Dragon King knew one thing. This was what the previous Dragon King had unintentionally said, and that was that the Dragon Tomb might not have been completely destroyed by the Dragon Slayers. The Dragon Slayers had only destroyed a small part of the Dragon Tomb. This was a huge doubt, but there was no evidence to support it. Therefore, the Dragon King only suspected it. Now that Tang Zheng mentioned this, he immediately remembered. His mood became complicated. He hoped that what Tang Zheng said was true, but he also hoped that it wasn't. After all, if what he said was true, then it was very likely that he killed the Dragon Slayer. Then, his battle record would be well known even among the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King didn't want to see this. Tang Zheng ignored the Dragon King's complicated feelings. He nodded lightly and continued. Not only are there dragon souls, but there are also fragments of the Dragon God. They are the fragments of the Dragon God's dragon soul after the Dragon God died. This was like a heavy bomb, ruthlessly destroying the last trace of fluke in the Dragon King's heart. If Tang Zheng said that there was a dragon soul, it might be possible that he was lying. However, there was no way he could lie when he said that there was a fragment of the Dragon God. This was because in the entire clan, only the Dragon King knew the secret of the dragon soul. The other dragons didn't know about the existence of the Dragon God. Therefore, it was impossible for Tang Zheng to make up a lie. Only when he had truly experienced it would he know the core secret of this matter. The expression on the Dragon King's face could no longer be described with simple words. Even the most complicated color palette in the world was not as complicated as his expression. The Dragon King looked at Tang Zheng again. The more he looked, the more he couldn't see through him. Tang Zheng met the Dragon King's gaze. He had already seen some clues. The Dragon King's last bit of doubt was crushed. He couldn't doubt anymore. Thus he simply stopped talking, folded his arms, and looked at the Dragon King calmly. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 1594. The Dragon King's thoughts changed and his expression changed. In the end, his gaze was fixed on Tang Zheng. Especially when he looked at his calm and composed appearance, he was furious. Read the new domain name, initials, previously registered accounts can still be used. However, he was the Dragon King after all, and his ability to maintain his composure was top-notch. He said, "Then tell me in detail what you saw inside." In fact, he wanted to enter Langya Pavilion himself to investigate, but before that, it was more appropriate to listen to what Tang Zheng had to say. Tang Zheng wanted to tell him anyway, and he could not hide it from him. Back then, the dragon seniors had warned him not to tell others about the inverted Langya Pavilion, and only he knew about it. This way, the dragon soul's safety would be guaranteed. However, now that the dragon slayers could enter Langya Pavilion, the dragon soul was no longer safe. He could not rely on his own strength to fight against the dragon slayers, so he had to tell the Dragon King this secret. Of course, the Dragon King would definitely not make it public. At least for a short period of time, the dragon soul's secret would still be kept. Therefore, Tang Zheng started from the beginning and told him tirelessly. He even told him the original words that the dragon seniors reprimanded the dragon race. The Dragon King's old face turned red. He had just reprimanded Tang Zheng as a sinner of the dragon race, but the dragon seniors reprimanded the dragon race for being useless. They actually followed the rules for so many years, and did not dare to explore that area at all. Of course, this was partly due to the Dragon King. He usually ordered the dragon race to follow the ancestral teachings. This was why the dragon race did not dare to take the risk. When he heard that the dragon seniors taught Tang Zheng the remarkable ability, the Dragon King's eyes lit up. He could not help but feel envious. This was not an ordinary inheritance of the dragon race. It was only taught to Tang Zheng alone. The remarkable ability of the dragon seniors is the wealth of the dragon race. It should be shared by the dragon race. This way, we will have more capital when fighting against the dragon slayers. We can avoid the situation like before where we can only be sensed by the dragon slayers and not be able to sense the dragon slayers, as if they were blind. The Dragon King said righteously. Tang Zheng looked at him deeply, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said indifferently, "This is indeed the wealth of the dragon race, so I will teach it to every dragon." He did not say that he would only teach the Dragon King the sensing method. If the Dragon King kept it to himself, it would go against his original intention. Therefore, he decided to impart it to every member of the dragon tribe. After all, this was indeed the wealth of the dragon tribe, and every member of the dragon tribe had the right to obtain it. In addition, with his previous experience, his image in the dragon clan was not good. If he had this mystical power, perhaps he could eliminate the ill feelings in many people's hearts. After all, he was also a member of the dragon clan. It was impossible for him to break off relations with the dragon clan. How could he let go of the opportunity to build a good relationship with them? Hearing his decision, the Dragon King looked at him deeply and did not raise any objections. Tang Zheng continued his story. What happened next was even more exciting and thrilling. He emphasized the first and second time he encountered the Dragon Slayer in Langya Pavilion. When he heard that Tang Zheng repeatedly eliminated the Dragon Slayer, it seemed to be an understatement, but the danger was unimaginable for ordinary people. The Dragon King's heart was also surging. He no longer doubted Tang Zheng's words. All of this could not be made up, especially in front of the Dragon King. If he made up nonsense, the Dragon King would be able to see through it in less than 3 sentences. It turned out that Langya Pavilion was already in danger. As the Dragon King, he was actually unaware. If he did not come to inform him, he was afraid that he would only find out when Langya Pavilion was destroyed by the Dragon Slayer in the future. Suddenly, his feelings towards Tang Zheng became complicated. He could not explain it clearly in a sentence. What did you gain from fusing with the Dragon God Fragment? The Dragon King cleverly grasped the key point. The Dragon God Fragment was not an ordinary item. It was the Dragon God's Dragon Soul Fragment. The Dragon King could not figure out what kind of mysterious effect it had. However, he could conclude that the Dragon God Fragment was definitely not simple. Once fused with it, there would definitely be a great gain. Even with his identity as the Dragon King, he could not help but be a little envious of Tang Zheng for having such a fortuitous encounter. Tang Zheng hesitated. Of course he gained something, and that was the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. However, should he make it public? The Golden Dragon also looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated gaze. He knew that he was in a dilemma, but he did not say anything. Everything was up to Tang Zheng to decide. He supported him unconditionally. Tang Zheng slowly raised his head and met the Dragon King's eyes. The Dragon King's heart was also in suspense. He was very sure that after fusing with the Dragon God fragment, he would definitely gain something. He could not predict whether Tang Zheng would tell the truth or not. Of course, he hoped that Tang Zheng would tell the truth. However, it was not up to him to decide. Yes. Tang Zheng simply spat out a word. The Dragon King's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling like two bright stars. He stared at Tang Zheng in an overbearing manner and asked, "What harvest?" The advanced version of the Dragon God technique. Tang Zheng had already made up his mind. The advanced version of the Dragon God technique could benefit the Dragon Clan. How could he keep it to himself? That was not his style. Dragon God technique. Advanced version? The Dragon King suspiciously repeated. He looked at him in astonishment, not understanding the mystery behind it. The Dragon God technique is the foundation of the Dragon Clan's cultivation. It is also the first cultivation method that the Dragon Clan came into contact with. However, the Dragon God technique that the Dragon Clan cultivates is not perfect. It still has an advanced version, which can make up for the Dragon God technique. The Dragon King's mind was shaken. This was something he had never heard of. He was from the Dragon Clan, but it was an outsider who told him these secrets of the Dragon Clan. He could not help but feel ashamed of his inferiority and indignant. Tang Zheng did not care about the Dragon King's thoughts. He spread out his palm and said, "This is the benefit of cultivating the advanced version of the Dragon God technique." A ball of golden light appeared in his palm. Then a 9-clawed little golden dragon appeared in his palm. Its pair of small eyes stared at the Dragon King without fear. The Dragon King was stunned. He looked at the 9-clawed little golden dragon in shock. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch it, but in the next second he stopped. That would be too degrading. In fact, he did not even need to touch it. He was sure that this little golden dragon was not an illusion. It was the real thing. He did not understand the mystery behind it. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Tang Zheng. He asked, "What is going on?" The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth rose. He said, "Can't you see?" The Dragon King was startled. He did not know how to answer. He was the Dragon King, but he could not see through Tang Zheng's trick. Wasn't this slapping his own face? The Dragon King's face sank. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on him. He looked at Tang Zheng gloomily without saying a word. Tang Zheng was not afraid. Although he had revealed the truth, he did not agree with the Dragon King's previous attitude. It was too high and mighty. That was why he deliberately choked. Fortunately, there were not many dragons present. Otherwise, the Dragon King would not have a way out. The Golden Dragon was secretly happy. This was Tang Zheng's style. He had already experienced it. Back then, Tang Zheng's cultivation level was so low that the Golden Dragon did not gain much advantage in front of him. Please visit this site to read the latest novel. Readers who want to read this book, please read a Yu novel, or Chapter 1595. Can't you tell? A simple sentence poked at the Dragon King's weak spot. He looked at Tang Zheng with a gloomy face and stared at the little 9-clawed golden dragon. In his eyes, this was a young dragon. It looked weak, but its strength was not to be underestimated. He really could not figure it out. Seeing that the Dragon King was unable to answer, Tang Zheng sneered. The Dragon King's eyesight was only so. Back then, the Golden Dragon was able to see through the mystery because he had been with Tang Zheng all the time, and understood Tang Zheng very well. However, the Dragon King knew almost nothing about Tang Zheng. There was too much information that he did not know, so it was naturally not easy to guess. Tang Zheng coughed and deliberately said, "This is the little golden dragon in my dragon seal." What? The little golden dragon in your dragon seal can materialize and leave your body? The Dragon King turned pale with fright. This point shocked him once again. He subconsciously probed his dragon seal. A 9-clawed little golden dragon was full of vigor. A dragon had 9 claws. This was the limit. Therefore, the Dragon King also only had 9 claws. However, no matter how the Dragon King looked left and right, he could not make the little golden dragon leave his body. This completely subverted his knowledge and common sense. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. He could not have the slightest doubt. Tang Zheng looked at the Dragon King without batting an eyelid. Finally, the Dragon King seemed to have recovered from his shock. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Tang Zheng with a complicated look in his eyes. Tang Zheng had already said that this was the benefit of cultivating the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. This miraculous change was naturally the credit of the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. He could not wait to see the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. Quickly tell me the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. The Dragon King ordered with an unquestionable tone. Tang Zheng was unmoved and said, "This is the commonwealth of the Dragon Clan. It does not belong to one person. Therefore, I will personally announce it to all the Dragon Clan." The Dragon King's pupils constricted as a golden light flashed. He lowered his body and approached Tang Zheng. Their eyes met as he stared at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. He asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I don't want the inheritance of the Dragon God to be reduced to the privilege of a few dragons. This is the commonwealth of all dragons, and all dragons have the right to inherit it," Tang Zheng said indifferently, not fearing the Dragon King's aggressive gaze. He was already very clear that the dragon race was a privileged world with a strict hierarchy. The strong were respected, and many magical powers were reduced to the private privileges of certain dragon race members. He hoped to change this. Of course, he also hoped to use this opportunity to raise his status in the Dragon Clan. Dragon King immediately retorted, "No. The Dragon Clan has its own rules, and it's not something that can be broken by just one person. Rules are dead. They were set by some dragons. Rules can be broken." Tang Zheng did not back down and immediately retorted, "You are making an enemy out of the entire Dragon Clan." The Dragon King said resolutely. The reason why the Dragon King became the Dragon King was not only because he was the strongest, but also because he had many privileges that other dragons did not know about and knew many secrets. Naturally, he did not want anyone to break this. This was a very bad sign. The Dragon King's dignity would be challenged because of this. He definitely could not sit back and do nothing. What an alarmist. Can a single dragon represent the entire Dragon Clan? How could Tang Zheng not know what the Dragon King was thinking, and said jokingly, "I don't know where you came from, but I want to tell you, the world of the Dragon Clan is not as simple as you think." The Dragon King warned. Dragon King, the advanced version of the Dragon God technique will greatly increase the strength of the Dragon Clan. In the future, it will be easier to fight against the Dragon Slayers. Are you really going to keep it to yourself and hide it? Tang Zheng said fiercely. Once these words were said, the Dragon King was also angry. He did not really want to hide the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. After all, this was a good thing that was beneficial to all the Dragon Clan. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch as a foreign dragon announced this matter. What would happen to his prestige if that happened? This kind of thing should be announced by him. Who said I want to keep it to myself? This kind of thing should be done by me, not some guy of unknown origin. The Dragon King said angrily. Haha, what an unknown origin. Tang Zheng snorted. If that's the case, then why do you still want my advanced version of the Dragon God technique? Aren't you afraid that I will purposely make a harmful version? You actually dare to boast so shamelessly. I am precisely worried about this, so I don't want you to announce it to the Dragon Clan. You have to let me take a look first. Let you take a look first? Tang Zheng shook his head and said firmly, impossible. Once he told the Dragon King would have the opportunity to announce it to the Dragon Clan on his behalf. He would not have anything to do with it. He wouldn't do such a thing to benefit others. Actually, if the Dragon King had put down his high and mighty attitude and came to talk calmly, he would not have been so insistent. But after seeing the Dragon King's style, he changed his mind. Hearing Tang Zheng's straightforward rejection, the Dragon King became more and more angry. This is the dragon domain. It is not up to you. What, do you still want to fight? You are the high and mighty Dragon King. How can you treat your own clansmen like this? Tang Zheng did not expect the Dragon King to turn against him so quickly. You don't know what's good for you. You only have yourself to blame, the Dragon King said coldly. Immediately, the atmosphere became abnormally awkward and hostile. Tang Zheng straightened his body and sighed. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to become like this. The Dragon God was betrayed back then, and a group of dragon slayers appeared between heaven and earth to exterminate the Dragon Clan. Now the Dragon Clan does not know how to be united. They are scattered and even want to harm their own clansmen. Perhaps the Dragon God did not think of this back then. I think it won't be long before the Langya Pavilion is destroyed and the Dragon Clan will be completely destroyed by the Dragon Slayers. Tang Zheng was very emotional. He did not expect that his trip full of hope would end up like this. Facing such a situation, could he take a step back? Yes. But after taking a step back, he had to take a second step back. He did not want to become an unprincipled person. He came to help the Dragon Clan, not to be their enemy. Yet he was treated like this. He was also indignant. They stared at each other. The atmosphere became very subtle and hostile. The Golden Dragon looked left and right. He hesitated for a moment and said, Dragon King, Master is thinking for the Dragon Clan. He has no selfish motives. You may have misunderstood. The Dragon Slayers may enter the Langya Pavilion again at any time. At that time, we will be passive. Shut up. Before he could finish, the Dragon King interrupted him with a shout. Without even looking at him, the Dragon King said with a murderous aura, This is a matter of the Dragon Clan. It should be up to me to decide. Since when is it your turn to criticize? The Golden Dragon had no choice but to swallow his words. He looked at the Dragon King resentfully, then moved his feet and stood beside Tang Zheng. Obviously he had made his choice. If they fought, he would stand on Tang Zheng's side. This scene angered the Dragon King even more. His eyes were almost spitting fire. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1596. Both sides stared at each other, neither taking a step back. Instead, it was as if they were fighting each other. Especially the Golden Dragon's small action. It provoked the Dragon King's nerves. Ned is almost equal to he was high and mighty, and hated the betrayal of other dragons the most. He could not tolerate this at all. But the Golden Dragon's action was undoubtedly a scene he did not want to see the most. The Dragon King slowly raised his hand and pointed at Tang Zheng and the Golden Dragon. His body glowed brightly as he said, The Dragon God's fragment is the wealth of the Dragon Clan. How can it fall into your hands? Hand it over. Before he finished speaking, a ray of golden light shot out from the Dragon King's hand. It was incomparably dazzling and imposing. It covered Tang Zheng and the Golden Dragon from top to bottom, front to back, left to right, covering every corner. Tang Zheng moved his thoughts and recalled the nine-clawed Golden Dragon into the Dragon Seal. With a flash of sword light, the hidden mystic sword was already tightly grasped in his hand. Whoosh! The sword light spun and covered every corner, perfectly blocking the Dragon King's attack. The sacred rune's light kept flashing. Tang Zheng looked at the sacred rune in surprise. There were no longer 3 sacred runes on the hidden mystic sword. Instead, there were only 2 sacred runes left. Back then, when the sword spirit left the Langya Pavilion, Tang Zheng did not pay attention to it. Now that he summoned the hidden mystic sword, he found that it had undergone a shocking change. The 3 sacred runes turned into 2. The simpler the sacred runes, the more powerful the magic treasure. 2 sacred runes were naturally simpler than 3, so its power was naturally greater. With a thought in his mind, he figured out the mystery behind it. The hidden mystic sword must have absorbed the Dragon Slayer's soul in the Langya Pavilion. Ever since the hidden mystic sword leveled up, it had this effect. It would also benefit from this and increase its grade. This incident was the best proof. The hidden mystic sword's grade had increased again. The beauty of the 2 sacred runes was definitely greater than the 3 sacred runes. It made people want to touch it. Tang Zheng's hand touched the saint pattern. Immediately, the hidden sword seemed to be stimulated. Its light shone even more brightly, even becoming a little violent. It spread in all directions like streaks of lightning. With the hidden sword as the core, it spread in all directions in an instant. Not long after, The huge dragon palace was completely filled with lightning-like sword light. It kept flashing and emitting sword whistling sounds, as if it was cheering and singing. The three of them couldn't help but stare blankly. Even Tang Zheng, the master, was deeply shocked by the hidden sword's reaction. This was completely beyond his expectations. The golden dragon's eyes lit up as it looked at Tang Zheng with even more reverence. As expected of master, he was truly amazing. The Dragon King subconsciously stopped his attack and stared at the hidden sword without blinking. There was envy in his eyes. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Is this your magic weapon?" Of course, the Dragon King knew what was good for him. He could tell at a glance that the hidden mystic sword was extraordinary. It was more powerful and of a higher grade than any other magic weapon he had ever seen. He was very shocked. This was actually a magic weapon of his own race. It was even better than his own magic weapon. This was simply unreasonable. When Tang Zheng heard this, he came back to his senses. Seeing the Dragon King look at his hidden profound sword in such a strange manner, his eyebrows trembled as he cautiously said, "This is my treasure, so what do you want? Don't tell me you want to take it by force and take it for yourself?" The Dragon King flew into a rage and snorted. "What do you think I, the Dragon King, am? There are countless treasures in the Dragon clan. Why would I covet your magic weapon?" Tang Zheng looked at him suspiciously, half believing, half doubtfully said, "Is that so? But why don't I believe you?" He recalled the Dragon King's actions and couldn't help but have a suspicious attitude. The Dragon King even wanted to take the advanced version of the Dragon God spell for himself. It was impossible for him to see the hidden sword and not do anything. When the Dragon King heard this, he was unable to restrain his anger. He took a deep breath and suppressed his impulse to immediately attack. He said, "The person chooses the magic weapon. The magic weapon also chooses the person. This is especially true for the saint-level magic weapon. Unknowingly, it will make a choice for its owner." The Dragon King looked at Tang Zheng meaningfully and continued, "It is impossible for a weak person to have a very powerful magic weapon. The magic weapon and its owner complement each other. It is impossible for a weak person to have a very heaven-defying magic weapon. He will not have the fortune to enjoy it, and will definitely suffer a backlash. He will definitely die." Tang Zheng shivered. He had never heard of this theory. His magic weapons were all upgraded step by step. No one was a heaven-defying existence from the beginning. Could it be because of this that he did not suffer from a backlash? "This magic weapon of yours is close to perfection. It is really hard to imagine how it became like this step by step, especially the sacred pattern on it. It is perfect to the extreme." The Dragon King was not stingy with his praise. The Dragon clan was born with a love for treasures. Naturally, they had trained a pair of fiery eyes. Therefore, the Dragon King would not be wrong. Tang Zheng's gaze subconsciously fell on the hidden sword. Two sacred patterns. Could it be that it was close to perfection like the Dragon King said? No. He secretly denied it. Since the sacred pattern could be reduced, and the simpler the better, it could definitely be evolved. For example, it could evolve into a sacred pattern. Its power would definitely be stronger. Tang Zheng held the hidden sword in his hand. Seeing that the Dragon King had given up on the next attack, he slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He said, "Aren't you going to attack?" "I'll wait." The Dragon King's expression kept changing. He moved his gaze from the hidden sword to Tang Zheng's face. That tall and straight body and resolute face was like an unsheathed sword. "Where did you come from?" After a while, the Dragon King asked seriously. Tang Zheng slightly frowned and said jokingly, "You finally remembered to ask about my origin. How rare." From the moment they entered the Dragon Palace until the two sides were at loggerheads, the Dragon King did not ask about Tang Zheng's origin. It was as if in his heart, his origin was not important and not worth mentioning. But when he saw the hidden sword, he actually changed his style and asked about Tang Zheng's origin. Therefore, even Tang Zheng himself could not figure it out. The Dragon King said coldly, "The Dragon clan is a world where the strong are respected. Although you had a fortuitous encounter, and even fused with the Dragon God's fragment, it was only a fortuitous encounter. The Dragon clan does not respect people with fortuitous encounters. They only respect the strong. Tang Zheng thought back to the bumpy road he had walked. He did not exclude the fortuitous encounters, but more than that, it was his hard work and effort. A true strong person will not become strong because of one or two fortuitous encounters. Instead, they are good at using fortuitous encounters to create a truly strong person. Only those who are weak will be lucky and place all their hopes on fortuitous encounters. The Dragon King added. Tang Zheng seemed to have understood the Dragon King's reaction. Chapter 1597. You're giving me a chance? Hearing this, Tang Zheng and the Golden Dragon looked at each other in dismay, not understanding what the Dragon King meant. At the same time, his impression of the Dragon King changed. It seemed that his original understanding was not comprehensive, and the Dragon King was not as simple as he thought. A person was multifaceted, and so was the Dragon King. Especially the king of a clan, he could not be judged by a single standard. The Dragon King looked at him and nodded. Didn't you want to announce the advanced version of the Dragon God technique, and the method to sense the Dragon Slayer in public? Then I'll give you a chance. If you can pass, you will naturally have this chance. What do you mean? Tang Zheng asked. The Dragon King said meaningfully. The dragon race respects the strong, only the strong have more choices. If you can pass the test, then it means that you are strong enough, and at that time, you can naturally do as you wish. Tang Zheng thought for a while, and gradually understood his intentions. The Dragon King had prepared a test for him. If he passed, then everything would be fine. If he did not, then it would not be up to him. The Dragon King was indeed very overbearing, not giving Tang Zheng a chance to refute. But Tang Zheng was not someone who would back down. He was not afraid. He raised his head and said, I would like to see what kind of test you have. The Dragon King gave an enigmatic smile and said, Simple. You just have to pass the Dragon Cave. Dragon Cave. Hearing these two words, the Golden Dragon screamed in shock, revealing a look of fear. Tang Zheng looked at the Golden Dragon curiously and asked, What is the Dragon Cave? The Dragon King glanced at the Golden Dragon and said, It seems that he knows far more than you. Then explain it to him. The Golden Dragon swallowed his saliva and said hesitantly, Master, the Dragon Cave is the most dangerous place in the Dragon Realm. Once you enter, you will die 9 times out of 10. I heard that no dragon has ever walked out alive. So dangerous. Tang Zheng sucked in a breath of cold air. He did not expect the Dragon King's test to be so dangerous. Wrong. The Dragon King suddenly stretched out his finger and shook it, saying, You're wrong. It's not that no dragon has ever walked out of the Dragon Cave alive. It's just that there are too few of them. Do you know that every Dragon King came out of the Dragon Cave? Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he stared straight at the Dragon King. You came out of the Dragon Cave? The Dragon King raised his head proudly. Although he did not answer, his meaning was self-evident. Okay, I promise you. Tang Zheng no longer hesitated, and decisively agreed. Master. Hearing this, the Golden Dragon was shocked and blurted out. His face was full of anxiety. He didn't expect Tang Zheng to agree so easily. Tang Zheng looked at the Golden Dragon and nodded slightly. Don't worry, if he can walk out of the Dragon Cave alive, can't I? The Golden Dragon swallowed his words. He couldn't deny Tang Zheng. If he did, he would be defeated by the Dragon King. However, he was well aware of the dangers of the Dragon Cave. What if something unexpected happened? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it, and could only pray silently. He took a deep breath and warned himself to believe in his master's strength. The Dragon King didn't expect Tang Zheng to agree so easily, and thought that he would refuse. He secretly nodded and said, Although you haven't entered the Dragon Cave, your courage is commendable. The Dragon King had already determined that Tang Zheng would fail, but he also admired his fearless courage. Tang Zheng looked at him indifferently and didn't comment. The Dragon King didn't speak to him anymore, and walked straight to the entrance of the Dragon Palace. All the conflicts temporarily disappeared. Tang Zheng and the Golden Dragon looked at each other, and silently followed. Boom. The door opened automatically and the 8 dragon envoys immediately surrounded them. They stared at Tang Zheng curiously, and found that he was still alive and unharmed. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, guessing what had happened just now. However, it was all in vain. They couldn't guess at all. The other dragons also looked at Tang Zheng curiously and muttered in their hearts. The Dragon King raised his head and looked down at everyone. He pointed at Tang Zheng and said directly, "He will enter the dragon cave to accept the test." What? These words were like a heavy bomb, thrown into the crowd, and then set off a perilous wave. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Zheng, their eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. Why would he agree to go to the dragon cave? What was the reason? Didn't he know the dangers of the dragon cave? What was the difference between this and suicide? However, there were also dragons who rejoiced in his misfortune. Among them was the dragon envoy who had a conflict with Tang Zheng just now. He looked at him mockingly as if saying that he was dead meat. The golden dragon looked at their reactions and gazes, and felt indignant. He pouted and couldn't wait to clear his master's name. However, Tang Zheng was calm and collected as if he didn't see it at all. He said, "When I come out of the dragon cave, I hope to see all the dragons in the dragon domain gathered together. Then, I will make an announcement in public." Tang Zheng's voice was neither fast nor slow, neither light nor heavy. However, in the ears of the other dragons, it was like a thunderclap that attracted their attention. What was he going to announce in public? What agreement did he reach with the Dragon King? Pairs of eyes involuntarily looked at the Dragon King, but the Dragon King ignored them. Instead, he looked at Tang Zheng mockingly and said, "Then you have to come out of the dragon cave first. With so many dragons as witnesses, I hope you don't go back on your words. Otherwise, your prestige as the Dragon King will be questioned." Tang Zheng provoked. The Dragon King obviously knew that he couldn't deny this matter in front of everyone. However, that would only happen if Tang Zheng came out of the dragon cave. Among the dragons present, only the Dragon King had a deep understanding of the dangers of the dragon cave. He had the most right to speak. Therefore, he sized up Tang Zheng from head to toe and sneered in his heart. He didn't need to worry at all. It was all groundless worries. The other dragons were intrigued. They saw Tang Zheng looking at them. His voice was like rolling waves that surged and spread in all directions. "I will enter the dragon cave today. If I am lucky enough to come out alive, I will bring a huge gift to the dragon clan." When these words came out, all the dragons were shocked and filled with curiosity. The Dragon King sneered and said to himself, "Although your words have piqued the curiosity of others, you can't pass through the dragon cave. Everything is in vain. In order to avoid slapping your own face in the future, you should speak less." Tang Zheng laughed dryly and said, "This is my business. You don't need to worry. Where is the dragon cave? Bring me there." The Dragon King soared into the sky. A white cloud flew to his feet. The dragon envoys also soared into the sky. Somersault cloud. Chapter 1598. In the dragon territory, news spread extremely quickly. In no time at all, the news of a dragon tribe entering the dragon cave had spread throughout the entire dragon territory. All the dragon tribe members put down what they were doing and gathered at the dragon cave. To the dragon clan, there was no one who did not know of the dragon cave's illustrious name. As for the location of the dragon cave, it was no secret. Therefore, the dragon clan rushed to the dragon cave from all directions for the sake of witnessing this grand occasion. As for who dared to enter the dragon cave, many of the dragon tribe members were still unsure. However, they were all filled with curiosity. After all, it had been many years since the dragon tribe dared to step into the dragon cave. However, no one had forgotten about the dragon cave. It was the deepest and most profound memory of all the dragon tribe members. All they needed was a catalyst, and these memories would surge out like a tide. Word of mouth spread. Even the young dragon tribe members had a deep understanding of the dangers of the dragon cave. Naturally, they were also very curious about the dragon tribe members who dared to barge into the dragon cave. What was their motive and what was the mystery behind it? White clouds floated in the sky and covered the sun. The sky was completely covered by the white clouds. Even the sunlight could not penetrate the thick layer of clouds. Tang Zheng stood on the somersault cloud and stretched his neck to look. The Dragon King was extremely fast, but the somersault cloud was not slow at all. It was actually able to keep pace with the Dragon King. On the other hand, the other dragon tribe members, including the 8 dragon ambassadors, could not keep up with their speed. They could only be left behind. The golden dragon's eyes were full of splendor when he saw this. Although in his heart, Tang Zheng was already very powerful, he was still a dragon tribe member. Subconsciously, he still thought that there were more powerful figures in the dragon tribe. However, after seeing this scene, he could not help but be skeptical. Tang Zheng's realm was not what it used to be. It was not even something that he could completely guess. The other dragon tribe members were also shocked. The 8 dragon ambassadors had always been confident and proud. In the dragon territory, they were the most powerful figures below the Dragon King. However, they were left behind now. On the other hand, Tang Zheng was relaxed. On the other hand, they kept urging their powers to speed up. However, there was still a big gap between them and Tang Zheng and the Dragon King. This was a merciless suppression. No matter how the dragon envoy struggled, it was useless. He could only accept this reality sadly. Their gazes landed on the somersault cloud. They wondered how his cloud could move so quickly. This was not fair. After all, it was natural for the Dragon King to be faster than them. This was because the Dragon King had inherited the cloud from the previous Dragon King. This cloud had been tempered by the Dragon Kings, so it was natural that no one else could compare to it. In front of them, a thick black cloud appeared. It was dark and oppressive, occupying a large part of the sky. It was even more terrifying than the black clouds before the storm. Above the 9 heavens, not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate this black cloud. It was like a sturdy barrier that blocked everything, forming a system of its own. Something's wrong. This was the first time Tang Zheng had seen this black cloud, but he immediately saw through it. It was definitely not an ordinary black cloud. The golden dragon's eyes also widened as it looked at this scene curiously. It did not know what this black cloud was. The Dragon King stopped beside the black cloud. He looked meaningfully at the somersault cloud that had stopped at the same time as him. His gaze was deep. Along the way, he had made many changes, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. However, the somersault cloud followed him like a shadow and did not fall behind at all. The cloud under his feet was called the imminent ruler, which meant that it was close at hand to describe its speed. Even if it was far away, it was only a short distance away. My imminent ruler was tempered by the previous Dragon Kings. How can it be comparable to his cloud? How did he get such a powerful cloud from Langya Pavilion? What's so powerful about this cloud? Why does he have so many treasures on him? The Dragon King muttered in his heart, but he did not have an answer. He could only point at the black cloud in front of him and say, "We've arrived at the dragon lair." "This is the dragon lair?" Tang Zheng frowned. Even the golden dragon looked at the black cloud in surprise. No matter what, they did not expect the infamous dragon lair to be like this. The Dragon King laughed coldly and said, "What? Don't you dare to go in? It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. You just have to give me what I want." Tang Zheng remained calm and collected, his gaze fixed on the top of the dragon cave. From the layers and layers of incomparably thick black clouds, he could feel a mysterious energy being emitted from them. The Dragon King's face stiffened, and he did not try to persuade him anymore. Clearly, Tang Zheng had made up his mind. "Master, be careful," the golden dragon said worriedly. Then he walked down the somersault cloud, and a white cloud rose under his feet. Tang Zheng nodded at him and said casually, "I'll be back soon. Wait for me. As for the other dragons, you can take a good look. I'd like to see what dangers there are in this dragon lair." As soon as he finished speaking, the somersault cloud flew toward the dragon lair. More and more dragons followed behind him. All of them widened their eyes and looked at the sturdy back view. He did not hesitate or refuse. That resolute figure of his made people respect him. Even the dragons who did not know him could not help but think highly of him. They did not know if he would succeed, but his aura had convinced many dragons. The golden dragon looked at the reactions of the other dragons and felt proud of him. However, the Dragon King frowned deeply and started to doubt whether his idea was good or bad. Would he be shooting himself in the foot? No. He immediately rejected this idea. Ridiculous. What kind of place was the dragon lair? There were dragons who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and wanted to explore it. All of them were destroyed in body and spirit. Of course, this was excluding the Dragon King. The Dragon King knew very well what was in the dragon lair. Back then, he had a narrow escape and almost could not walk out. The dragon lair was getting closer and closer. In Tang Zheng's eyes, it was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it completely occupied his pupils. Even his pupils were reflected in black. Somersault cloud, it's up to us this time. Tang Zheng said softly. Then, with a thought, the somersault cloud suddenly accelerated and rushed into the dragon lair. Darkness, endless darkness. It was comparable to the darkness he saw when he passed through the space door. There was no light at all, and it was as dark as day. Suddenly, a ball of gentle white light lit up in the dark world. This was the light of the somersault cloud. This light seemed gentle, but it dispelled the surrounding darkness. Tang Zheng could finally see some clues. He widened his eyes and looked carefully. However, he could not see anything useful. There were only dark clouds in the surroundings. Even the somersault cloud seemed to be infected by the dark clouds. They keep saying that there are dangers in the dragon lair. I'd like to see what dangers there are. Chapter 1599. The dragon cave seemed to have no end. It looked like a black cloud, but in reality, it was like another world. A world that was completely dark. Kata. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him. This ray of light was actually able to pass through the darkness and reach such a far distance. It could be seen how extraordinary it was. There's finally something. Tang Zheng was secretly delighted and was on full alert. Kacha. Another ray of light flashed, bringing with it a sound. Just now the light seemed to be far away, but now, it seemed to be close at hand. Tang Zheng was shocked. He could see some clues from this change. Before he could figure it out, the light had already arrived in front of him. Boom. With a loud bang, a bright light descended from the sky. He finally saw it clearly. It was a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, and it directly landed on his head. He was startled and hurriedly circulated his internal energy. However, the speed of the lightning was too fast for him to react. Therefore, he was not fully prepared and was already struck by lightning. Boom. The blazing high temperature directly evaporated his clothes, leaving him naked. At the same time, his entire body turned charred black, emitting a burnt smell. The lightning's powerful energy seemed to want to evaporate him. Fortunately, he had cultivated the primal Chaos Vajra spell, and his body had reached an indestructible state, which was why he was able to escape this calamity. The Thunder Cloud Beast was also good at releasing lightning, but compared to this bolt of lightning, it was really lacking. This bolt of lightning was even more powerful than the lightning that fell from the sky. His guess was correct. The lightning in the dragon cave was completely different from the lightning in the outside world, and its power was even more incomparable. This caused many of the dragon claness who had sworn to barge into the dragon cave to be turned into ashes without even being able to withstand the first bolt of lightning. The dragon scales of the dragon clan were also impenetrable by water and fire, but they were still powerless in the face of this lightning. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth, ignoring the pain of his flesh being torn apart. His thoughts flew as he muttered, "I understand, so the danger of the dragon cave is actually this thing." Just as this thought flashed through his mind, his surroundings lit up, and another bolt of lightning flashed. No. This was not a single bolt of lightning, but many bolts of lightning. They swarmed over and sealed off his path of retreat. He took a deep breath and finally had the chance to circulate his power. Hua, hua. Like a surging river, his true energy flowed into his 8 extraordinary meridians and bones. His wounds and charred skin regained vitality at this moment. However, in the next second, lightning surged in from all directions, arriving unexpectedly and ruthlessly striking him again. Tang Zheng let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body stiffened as he floated horizontally into the air. The electric current drilled into his skin and flowed along his meridians. Wherever it passed, his muscles, bones, and even his cells became numb and tingling. This caused him to be momentarily unable to move. Heavenly Book. However, he did not give up. With a thought, the meaning of the supernatural powers in the heavenly book was revealed. Waves of energy nourished his body and mind, and he could move again. His first thought was to retreat. His figure flashed as he retreated back the way he came. He had already tasted it, so he definitely did not want to do it a second time. This time, his body almost could not take it. If he did not rely on the chaotic Vajra mantra, he would have been finished. This was the power of the Dragon Cave. He finally understood why the Dragon Clan was so fearful. He wasn't sure if there would be more attacks coming, so he decided to retreat for now. However, he had only taken a few steps back when he suddenly braked and stopped because a bolt of lightning had appeared behind him. The Dragon Cave seemed to have seen through his intentions and did not give him a chance to escape. He had never thought that once he entered the Dragon Cave, unless he forced his way out, unless his body and soul were destroyed, there was no third way out. As for giving up halfway and escaping, the Dragon Cave would never allow such a thing to happen. Only now did he realize this, but it was already too late. There was no way for him to escape. He could only watch as the lightning behind him struck him again in the blink of an eye. In that instant, he lost the ability to move. Numerous cracks appeared on his body. They were like ravines that covered the earth. It was as if he was about to shatter into pieces. Ouch! It hurt so much. He opened his mouth wide and let out a dry howl. He desperately circulated his energy to repair his body, but the speed of repair was not faster than the speed of destruction. Therefore, his body remained in this state. Horrifying cracks spread all over his body. It was as if he would shatter into pieces at the slightest touch of a finger. Huff huff. He kept breathing, trying his best to calm himself down. After all, even the chaotic Vajra spell seemed to have reached its limit. If it were to happen again, then he might not be able to withstand it. The more he was worried about something, the more it would happen. A bolt of lightning once again appeared out of thin air. This bolt of lightning was quite different from the previous one. Those bolts of lightning were all silvery white, but this bolt of lightning was actually a little red. It was like a combination of fire and lightning, extremely strange. Tang Zheng's heart trembled as he inwardly cried out. This lightning is even more powerful and it is endless. I don't know how much more there is, but my body can't take it anymore. Even the so-called 1,000 tempering 100 refinement cannot compare to this. He really didn't want to try the taste of this bolt of lightning, but it had already descended mercilessly. Boom. With a loud sound, Tang Zheng's muscles were dismembered. The red lightning was like a sharp blade, slicing through his muscles and separating his flesh from his bones. When the muscles left his body, they were immediately engulfed by the red lightning and disappeared without a trace. Not long after, Tang Zheng's muscles had almost completely disappeared, peeling off from his bones. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Tang Zheng lowered his head to look at himself. Other than his head and heart, there was really only his bones left. Am I not dead yet? His heart was filled with fear as he turned pale with fright. He turned his eyes and looked around. The world returned to its original darkness and tranquility, and even the red lightning on his body had completely disappeared. The light of the somersault cloud had also disappeared. If not for the fact that his feet were solid, he would have thought that the somersault cloud was gone as well. But without a doubt, the somersault cloud had also been greatly affected. Is that it? No more lightning? He muttered to himself, his voice echoing, but no one answered him. But what should he do? He couldn't possibly go out with this body, right? Wouldn't that scare a group of Dragon Clan to death? Boom. Before he could think of a way, the sky above his head lit up again. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, but this time it was different. It was actually crimson like blood, so red that it made one's hair stand on end. This bolt of lightning must be even more powerful. Chapter 1600. The red lightning arrived unexpectedly. Rumble. The world had completely turned crimson, and even the surrounding darkness was infected by this crimson color. Tang Zheng was completely submerged in this red color, and he couldn't see anything from the outside. Ah! Screams rang out, but they stopped abruptly. However, another sound gradually grew louder, like the beating of a drum. Bang bang bang. It was full of rhythm. Heartbeat. This was actually the sound of a heartbeat and not the sound of a drum. Yes, this was the sound of Qiyu's heart beating. Now it was Tang Zheng's heart. It was closely connected to him and had become an indispensable part of him. The previous bolts of lightning had not been able to destroy it, but after encountering this red bolt of lightning, it finally showed a slight reaction. It jumped rapidly, and as it pulsed and contracted, a powerful vitality filled the air. It actually enveloped Tang Zheng and offset the terrifying power of the red bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Tang Zheng finally had a chance to take a deep breath. He looked at his heart in surprise. At the critical moment, it actually resisted. Even the chaotic Vajra spell was not able to completely resist it, and only managed to protect his bones. However, his heart actually managed to survive, and the life force that was released made Tang Zheng's eyes light up. His bones had changed, and some muscles had grown on them. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what was going on. The life force in his heart had caused this change, which meant that his lost body could be restored bit by bit. He never thought that the heart would be so useful. Seeing himself grow out bit by bit, it was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had been reborn from the ashes and experienced a new life. He was even a little dazed. The red lightning continued to attack, trying to break through the defense created by the heart. After an unknown period of time, Kacha. After a loud bang, the defense was finally broken through. The lightning swept over and rushed to the bones and muscles. Tang Zheng glared and roared. The heart had given him new hope. He had almost given up hope just now because lightning's unstoppable attack was too strong. Coupled with the unanimous words of the dragon tribe, it gave him the illusion that the dragon cave was really invincible. Therefore, he almost fell into despair. However, after seeing the performance of the heart, he suddenly realized that there was nothing absolute in this world. Moreover, even the Dragon King could walk out of the dragon cave alive. Why couldn't he? Was he really going to lose to the Dragon King? Once they failed, what would happen to the dragon race? Wouldn't the dragon slayers be able to do whatever they want in the Langia Pavilion? Therefore, one thought after another swept over like a tide, causing his confidence to instantly return. Wang. A beam of sword light flashed. The hidden mystic sword moved. The hidden mystic sword fused into Tang Zheng's body. When his body was destroyed, the hidden mystic sword did not suffer any damage. It kept its light and aura hidden. When Tang Zheng regained his confidence, the hidden mystic sword seemed to have sensed its master's mood. It began to hum loudly, as if it was responding to his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of sword light soared into the sky and met the crimson lightning head-on. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the black clouds trembled. The lightning seemed to be splitting the darkness and destroying everything. However, Tang Zheng, who was enveloped by the sword light, stood tall like a pine tree. No matter how the wind blew, he remained unmoved. The crimson lightning and the sword light continued to clash. The two forces of energy went back and forth, and it was a joyous battle. Tang Zheng forgot about everything and was completely immersed in the wonderful state of recovering his body. At the same time, in the outside world, countless dragons of all sizes had gathered outside the dragon cave. By word of mouth, everyone understood what was going on. Those who came late shook their heads regretfully. They regretted not being able to see the brave warrior, who rushed into the dragon cave courageously. They would not be able to see him again. He would definitely be buried in the dragon cave, just like many fearless dragons in the past. The golden dragon clenched his fists and watched the scene nervously. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally could not see what was going on in the dragon cave. However, with such a huge commotion, he could not help but worry about Tang Zheng. What if he failed? Then wouldn't the dragon clan's hope be completely lost? He subconsciously turned his head to look at the Dragon King, and saw that the latter had a relaxed look on his face. Apparently, the Dragon King was certain that Tang Zheng wouldn't be able to come out. In that case, wouldn't the advanced version of the Dragon God technique be lost? The Dragon King seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head to look at the Golden Dragon and said meaningfully, "You also know the advanced version of the Dragon God mantra, right?" Ah. The Golden Dragon was caught off guard and was shocked. How did he guess? The Dragon King's eyes lit up as he clicked his tongue in wonder. Sure enough, the golden dragon was enlightened. No wonder he dared to let Tang Zheng enter the dragon cave, and was not worried that the advanced version of the dragon god technique would disappear with Tang Zheng. In fact, the Dragon King had already guessed that Tang Zheng had already passed the advanced version of the dragon god technique to the golden dragon. In other words, the Dragon King could still find out everything from the golden dragon. The golden dragon felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that this was all part of the Dragon King's scheme? He couldn't be sure. He clenched his teeth and stared at the Dragon King, saying resolutely, "If Master doesn't come out, I won't reveal a single word." The Dragon King did not care. He laughed dryly and said meaningfully, "Is that so? Hee." After he finished speaking, his gaze turned towards the dragon cave. The golden dragon's heart started to beat rapidly as he secretly prayed for his master to return safely. Otherwise, he was not sure if he could keep the advanced version of the dragon god technique. He would not open his mouth, but there were many things that could be done without speaking. He believed that the Dragon King definitely had the strength and means to do so. Tang Zheng wholeheartedly immersed himself in the process of reconstructing his body. With the defense of the hidden mysterious sword, the process of reconstructing his body was extremely smooth. Finally, his body was completely reconstructed. Every inch of his skin was even more perfect than before, filled with the beauty of strength. He raised his palm and looked at it, feeling that his strength had become even stronger. It's a blessing in disguise. The power of the heart is so great. Of course, if it wasn't for the chaotic Vajra spell, I'm afraid that even the bones wouldn't have been able to be preserved. Then it wouldn't have been easy to reconstruct the body. He thought about it carefully and seemed to have understood something. Wang! A sword cry rang out, and the hidden mysterious sword flew back into his hand. He raised the hidden mysterious sword high up in the air, and the crimson lightning from all directions interweaved together, like a lightning snake, whizzing over. Break! With a loud roar, the sword light rushed out and coincidentally hit the crimson lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was dazzling. Time and space stood still for a few seconds before exploding. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sword light was invincible. Everything returned to dust, earth returned to earth, and the heavens and earth became peaceful again. Phew. He let out a long breath and looked around. Everything was quiet and returned to darkness, as if everything from before was an illusion. Chapter 1601. Is this the end? Just as this thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, an unforeseen event occurred. A huge purple lightning bolt descended from the sky. This lightning bolt was thicker than the previous one. It was as if this was the only lightning bolt left in the world. Nothing else could be compared to it. Tang Zheng widened his eyes and could not help but shout, F***CK. Although there was still some distance between them, he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the purple lightning bolt. Rumble. Unknowingly, the Dragon King's expression changed. It was no longer contempt. Instead, it became serious and dignified. He could not help but clench his fists. Hearing the rumble of thunder and the faint purple light, he muttered softly, "He actually made it to the last step. Amazing! Amazing!" Yes, he had to admit that Tang Zheng was more powerful than he had expected. However, the power of this purple lightning is far greater than other lightning bolts. Back then, my soul almost dissipated. He definitely can't withstand it. Therefore, he doesn't have much time left. The Dragon King clenched his fists even tighter, as if to confirm his thoughts. The expressions of the other Dragon Clanness were also very interesting. Although they had never entered the Dragon Cave before, when they heard the movements inside, as well as the faintly discernible terrifying aura, they could already determine the danger inside. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, as if they had experienced it themselves. Would there be a miracle? Just like the previous Dragon Kings, he would create a miracle and come out of the Dragon Cave alive. None of the dragons were confident. Even the Golden Dragon's confidence in Tang Zheng was shaken. After all, the danger of the Dragon Cave was beyond his expectations. In fact, this was also beyond Tang Zheng's expectations. He looked up at the sky and saw that the purple lightning bolt was aiming at him. It was about to fall. He glanced at the hidden mystic sword in his hand. Although it was very brave and blocked the red lightning, it might not be able to block the purple lightning. It turned out that he did not have time. In a hurry, he could not prepare an effective counterattack. However, it was different this time. The purple lightning was too powerful, so it took a long time to prepare. He had enough time to judge and prepare a counterattack. Whoosh! He took a deep breath. Somehow, he had a feeling that this was a critical moment. Success or failure would depend on this one move. If he could withstand this tribulation, then victory would be in sight. If he couldn't, then his little life would probably end here. The hidden mystic sword can only be used as a backup plan. With such a huge amount of energy, only the sky swallowing technique has a chance. He already had an idea in his mind. The giant hands intertwined, and with a crash, a black hole appeared between the two hands. The black hole rapidly expanded, like a bottomless mouth, aiming at the purple lightning in midair. Boom! Thunder pierced through the sky, and this was the only sound left in the dragon cave. Lightning fell from the sky, quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately towards Tangzheng. Sky swallowing technique. Tangzheng looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice was also drowned out by the thunder, but his eyes, which were as bright as stars, were not drowned out by the purple lightning. The black hole hovered steadily above his head. It didn't become too big, but instead, it guarded that area. It gave off a grandiose aura of one man guarding the pass, while 10,000 men couldn't get through. The purple lightning was about to hit the black hole. The surrounding black clouds trembled violently and were torn apart, retreating in all directions. However, the black hole remained motionless. Boom! The purple lightning finally hit the black hole. The black hole trembled, becoming more and more intense, but it didn't retreat any distance. It steadily blocked above Tangzheng, like a giant umbrella for him. Whoosh! A bolt of purple lightning was sucked into the black hole. Tangzheng's eyes lit up. His judgment was right. The power of the sky swallowing technique was indeed extraordinary. It could even absorb such a terrifying bolt of lightning. However, the speed at which the sky swallowing technique absorbed the purple lightning wasn't fast. It was unlike other things, which could be completely absorbed in the blink of an eye. After the purple lightning entered the black hole, Tangzheng's head moved, and he immediately sensed that there was a change in the heaven realm. In the past, when things entered the heaven realm, they would turn into pure energy, but this purple lightning wasn't like that. A part of it turned into energy, while the other part remained in its original form, turning into electric snakes flashing in the sky. His heart trembled. The power of this purple lightning wasn't small. It would be better if it didn't mess up his heaven realm. Crow's beak. He couldn't wait to slap himself. Because just as this thought flashed through his mind, the purple lightning struck towards the tree of life. No, he could control every plant and tree in the heaven realm. Naturally, he could also control the purple lightning. When the thought of no flashed through his mind, the rapidly descending purple lightning stopped. It was still a little distance away from the tree of life. In the end, it didn't hit the tree of life. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took a deep breath with lingering fear, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was the heaven realm, a world that was under his control. In the heaven realm, the purple lightning couldn't do whatever it wanted. It had to listen to his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mysterious power exploded in the heaven realm. His heart trembled. Before he could react, the purple lightning fell again and hit the tree of life. Oh, what's going on? He didn't expect that there would be a careless mistake under his nose, causing the purple lightning to break free from his imprisonment. He hurriedly looked at the tree of life, afraid that it would be destroyed. The tree of life glowed with a purple light. Crackling sounds could be heard from the tree. Streaks of purple lightning slithered across the branches like small snakes. They then drilled into the tree and disappeared without a trace. Tangzheng's head trembled. He stared blankly at this scene. He didn't understand. It seemed that the purple lightning didn't hurt the tree of life. The tree of life is actually growing. When the purple lightning disappeared, Tang Zheng was surprised to find that the tree of life was growing taller. The trunk, branches and leaves had all changed. His eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. The purple lightning didn't want to attack the tree of life. It was the tree of life that was actively attracting it. In fact, the last mysterious power came from the tree of life, which caused the purple lightning to break free from his imprisonment. The purple lightning seemed to be tempering the tree of life, allowing it to grow vigorously. Ha ha ha. I was worried that the tree of life would be destroyed. I was completely wrong. In front of the tree of life, the purple lightning is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It's food for the tree of life. He felt relieved and finally relaxed. He desperately activated the sky swallowing technique. Chapter 1602. The absorption of the purple lightning by the black hole became smoother and smoother. More and more purple lightning was sucked into the heaven realm. Sister-in-law Sukur said, "Look at the most beautiful woman." A part of it turned into energy, and a part of it continued to be purple lightning, but it was all absorbed by the tree of life. After being tempered by the purple lightning, the tree of life had grown into a towering tree. It was becoming more and more similar to the tree of life in the human world. Gradually, Tang Zheng gave up his control and let the tree of life take charge of everything. Somehow, he sensed something and began to circulate the sky-devouring technique. All of this was as smooth as flowing water. The purple lightning became fewer and fewer. The darkness returned to the dragon cave bit by bit. Tang Zheng had already closed his eyes and was completely immersed in the heaven realm. He knew very well that the purple lightning no longer posed a threat. Instead, the changes in the heaven realm were the main focus of his attention. The sky swallowing technique was named sky swallowing, and the last level was also sky swallowing. Seeing that it had swallowed all the purple lightning, the tree of life had also completed its growth. His heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to have understood something. Whoosh! A green light spurted out from the tree of life, dyeing the heaven realm green. Wherever the green light passed, the barren land became green. It was actually plants that broke out of the ground and grew magically. There were more and more plants, growing more and more lush and tall. Gradually, it became a small forest, a large forest. The tree of life stood in the center of the forest, towering into the clouds. Tang Zheng felt the vigorous vitality emitted from these plants, making him feel refreshed. In the past, it was not easy for him to create a blade of grass, and it would consume a lot of energy. But at this moment, under the influence of the tree of life, the growth of plants became much easier. There are specializations in every field, and the tree of life is far better than me. He nodded to himself and compared it with the tree of life in the human world. The tree of life in the human world could turn a desert into an oasis. This might be the effect of the tree of life. If I cultivate in the heaven realm, my cultivation speed will definitely be faster than in the human world. He suddenly thought of something and sighed. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had recovered in the human world, it was still inferior to the spiritual energy of the heaven realm when it was first established. The abundance of spiritual energy in the heaven realm was simply unimaginable. There were many kinds of energy, not only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also the power of the stars. Both cultivators and martial artists could live and cultivate here. It would not be like the 100,000 Mountains, which was just a cultivation paradise for martial artists, and was like a forbidden area for cultivators. The tree of life had stopped growing, but the changes in the heaven realm were still ongoing. The speed of change was getting faster and faster. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed by the changes, and his emotions were surging. Suddenly, the green light that filled the sky suddenly changed direction. It didn't scatter towards the vast land, but gathered together and rushed towards the sky. What kind of change will this be? He fell into deep thought. Boom! The green light hit the sky, and the sky turned green as well. It was like a huge green dome. The mysterious changes in the sky and the ground changed from inside to outside, from slow to fast. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. Then he started to circulate the sky swallowing technique. Lines of mantras flowed through his mind like floating clouds and flowing water. The black hole above his head didn't disappear. Instead, it kept changing. Sometimes it expanded, Sometimes it shrank. The aura it emitted became more and more violent. Whoosh whoosh. The surrounding air was sucked into the black hole. Even the black clouds were no exception. They were sucked into the black hole bit by bit. The size of the dragon cave was unimaginable. Even the Dragon King didn't know how big the dragon cave was. In any case, it was vast and layered with black clouds that didn't pass through. A black cloud was completely sucked into the black hole. In the next second, it appeared in the heaven realm. It floated in the sky, but there was no change. This scene made Tang Zheng feel astonished. After all, after other things were sucked into the black hole, they would turn into pure energy and enter the heaven realm. Even a portion of the purple lightning was dissolved. However, this black cloud entered the heaven realm untouched. The dragon cave is indeed not simple. These black clouds are not ordinary clouds either. TSK, interesting. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The power of the sky-swallowing technique grew stronger and stronger. More and more black clouds were sucked into the heaven realm. A vacuum appeared around Tang Zheng, but immediately, black clouds filled the vacuum. The black clouds were sucked into the heaven realm one after another. Black clouds appeared in the sky of the heaven realm, as if a storm was coming. If I can control everything in the heaven realm, then can these black clouds be controlled by me as well? Tang Zheng suddenly thought of something. With a thought, the black cloud immediately moved according to his thoughts. It really can be used by me. He was overjoyed, his face beaming with joy. Crack! A lightning snake flashed in the clouds. This was also under Tang Zheng's control. He could clearly feel the energy contained within the lightning. The dragon cave is not as terrifying as the Dragon King said. As long as we can control the dragon cave, it can definitely become a treasure trove, and not a monster that everyone is afraid of. After experiencing the test of the dragon cave, he finally understood the value of the dragon cave. Those lightning bolts could temper his body, and ever since his body was reconstructed, he clearly felt that his body had become stronger. Lightning and Primal Chaos Vajra spell complemented each other, and supplemented each other. Primal Chaos Vajra spell could protect his life, so he wouldn't really lose his life under the attack of lightning. However, after his body was destroyed and reconstructed, although the process was painful, it would definitely be a type of rebirth. And his body would become even more sturdy. He had already left the indestructible realm of the Primal Chaos Vajra spell, and was creating a new realm that belonged to him. If it was possible for others to accept the refinement of the Dragon Cave's lightning in the future, their bodies would become even stronger, and they would benefit greatly. The Dragon King would never have dreamed that I would be able to absorb the Dragon Cave. Since that's the case, I can't let you off so easily. I might as well absorb the entire Dragon Cave into the heaven realm. What you don't want is a huge treasure. Whoosh whoosh. The heaven-swallowing method seemed to have gone crazy as it frantically absorbed the black clouds. More and more black clouds in the Dragon Cave moved inwards and disappeared into the black hole. This caused the Dragon Cave to seem as if it had collapsed and actually shrunk inwards. Dragon Clan stood outside the Dragon Cave. After the lightning disappeared, everything became calm. They all revealed looks of regret and whispered to each other. Another one who isn't afraid of death. But what's the use? Isn't it the same as before, with his soul scattered? Yeah, if it was that easy to get out of the Dragon Cave, then everyone would have gone in. Even a fool would know that there would be gains in the Dragon Cave, and that the body would be tempered to the extreme. The Dragon Clan knew very well that every Dragon Clan that walked out of the Dragon Cave would become the next Dragon King. The Dragon Clan respected the strong, so who wouldn't want to become the Dragon King? However, until now no Dragon Clan dared to step into the Dragon Cave. They knew their own limits. The Dragon King finally heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted his gaze from the Dragon Cave, and there was no movement. He was very sure that Tang Zheng had died under the lightning. Chapter 1603. The Dragon King glared at the Golden Dragon aggressively. The Golden Dragon's heart skipped a beat as he took a step back subconsciously. His face was pale as he said in a panic, "Dragon King, I won't tell you if Master doesn't tell you." The Dragon King's lips curled into a smile as he said proudly, As expected, I didn't guess wrongly. You know everything. He actually told you everything. The golden dragon was stunned as he shook his head hurriedly. I don't know. Ha ha, too late. The Dragon King laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his smile disappeared as he said in a deep voice, You're a member of the dragon race. If you dare to disobey my orders, you'll be betraying the dragon race. Do you know that? The golden dragon hesitated with a hesitant expression. The other dragons did not understand what the Dragon King wanted, but seeing how the golden dragon dared to openly disobey the Dragon King's orders, they were all furious and reprimanded him loudly. The golden dragon became the target of public criticism. His will wavered as his eyes were filled with hesitation. The Dragon King looked at the golden dragon proudly, certain that he would not be able to withstand this pressure. No dragon would be able to withstand this pressure and would definitely submit. Of course, Tang Zheng was an exception. He was an anomaly. The Dragon King did not have time to think as he pressed on. The golden dragon took a few more steps back. Finally, he stopped and raised his head. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he calmed down and said firmly, Dragon King, no matter what excuse you use to force me, I will never tell you against my master's wishes. Then are you betraying the dragon race? The Dragon King asked. If that's the case, then I have no other choice. The golden dragon no longer retreated and said firmly. The Dragon King was furious. Good, very good. You actually betrayed the dragon race for him. Do you know what this means? What punishment will you suffer? I know. Even if I have to pay with my life, I have no regrets. That's because my life was given to me by Master. If not for him, I would still be suppressed by Yu Jing. The golden dragon seemed to have sunk into his memories, but his will was even firmer. Seeing the golden dragon's reaction, the other dragons widened their eyes in shock. The Dragon King had always been high and mighty. No dragon had ever dared to disobey him like this, especially in front of everyone. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to believe what they were seeing. Who was he? Where did he come from? Since when did such a daring anomaly appear in the dragon race? The Dragon King was furious, but he couldn't help but sigh. Birds of a feather flocked together. He originally thought that he could convince the golden dragon with just a few words, but he didn't expect that the golden dragon would dare to refute him in public. Actually, the Dragon King did not need to use such a method. However, regarding the advanced version of the Dragon God mantra, and the ability to sense the Dragon Slayer, this was a matter of great importance. He had to take it seriously. Thus, he had no choice but to use this kind of method to force his own clansmen. This wasn't very honorable, but for the sake of the Dragon Clan's future, he had to do this. Tang Zheng was already dead, and the Dragon King would never allow these two supernatural powers to be hidden. They had to be in his hands so that he could be prepared to deal with the Dragon Slayers. The Dragon King lowered his head slightly and looked down at the golden dragon. He said in an imposing manner, Your master is already dead. It seems that you are going to follow in his footsteps. Master definitely won't die. The golden dragon insisted. Master will create miracles. He won't die. He's definitely still alive. Miracle. The Dragon King curled his lips in disdain. I'd like to see what kind of miracle there is. The golden dragon was speechless. He didn't know what kind of miracle there would be. However, there was no movement in the dragon cave. This probably meant that Tang Zheng's fate was more likely than not. The golden dragon didn't dare to think too much. Dragon King, there seems to be a change in the dragon cave. Suddenly, a dragon envoy turned pale with fright and stared straight at the dragon cave. What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be a change in the dragon cave? The Dragon King was immersed in the joy of victory. When he heard this, it was especially ear-piercing. He frowned in displeasure. Dragon King, it's true. The dragon envoy's voice didn't weaken at all. Instead, there was a strong sense of uneasiness in his tone. The Dragon King finally turned his head slowly and looked towards the dragon cave. The other dragons also turned their heads and looked at the dragon cave in surprise. Hiss! The dragons all sucked in cold air and looked at the dragon cave in disbelief. The air seemed to have frozen, and time seemed to have stopped. The golden dragon frowned. He didn't know what was going on. He turned around curiously and faced the dragon cave. Immediately, his eyes widened and his breathing quickened. All the dragons' breathing quickened. Even the Dragon King was no exception. His expression was extremely interesting. He opened his mouth and muttered to himself in disbelief. Why did the dragon cave become smaller? Since ancient times, the size of the dragon cave had never changed. At least, there were no changes visible to the naked eye. However, at this moment, the dragon cave had become smaller and could be seen with the naked eye. The Dragon King swallowed his saliva and secretly exclaimed, "Why is this happening?" Before all the dragons could figure out what was going on, the dragon cave suddenly shrank again. This happened in the blink of an eye. The change in the dragon cave caught everyone off guard. This. All the dragons couldn't describe their current feelings. It was as if their brains had crashed. The dragon cave shrank once again. The originally vast dragon cave had shrunk by a third. Only the dragon clan knew how terrifying this was. Why is this happening? Finally, the Dragon King couldn't help but roar. However, no dragon could answer his question. After all, he was the king of a clan. If even he couldn't answer, others naturally wouldn't know the answer. The golden dragon raised his eyebrows and realized something. He blurted out, "Master, it must be Master. Ha ha ha, I knew Master would create miracles. How could he die? He definitely won't die." The golden dragon was elated and almost danced with joy. It's him. When the Dragon King heard this, his heart trembled. Could it really be that guy? If it wasn't him, who else had the ability to make the dragon cave smaller? However, when the Dragon King entered the dragon cave, he didn't make the dragon cave change like this. What ability did that guy have to do this? What impact would this have on the dragon cave? What benefits would that guy gain from this? The Dragon King couldn't figure it out. He really wanted to rush in and investigate, but when he thought of the terror of the dragon cave, he stopped. The shock in the hearts of all the dragons could be imagined. They stared at the dragon cave with burning eyes, not knowing what would happen next. However, all the dragons agreed with the golden dragon's words. This definitely had something to do with Tangzheng. Immediately, their interest in Tangzheng increased. Just which rock did he jump out from? He actually caused such a huge change in the dragon cave. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1604. Under the dumbfounded gazes of all the dragons, the dragon cave underwent another earth-shattering change. It shrank by another third. Immediately, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose and fell one after another among the dragon clan. The change in the dragon cave was too unexpected. The change was so fast that it was too much for the eyes to take in. No one knew what would happen next. The dragons looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Could it be that they were just going to watch it continue to shrink? The Dragon King seemed to have realized something. He suddenly took a few steps forward, trying to stop all of this. But before he could touch the dragon cave, it disappeared. Yes, it disappeared into thin air in front of all the dragons. The air froze, and the surroundings were dead silent. Ah! A cry of surprise sounded from the dragons. Then, loud cries rose and fell one after another. The dragon cave actually disappeared. The Dragon King's pupils constricted, and his mind was shaken. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he was so shocked. His heart seemed to be about to jump out of his throat. He had imagined many situations, but this was definitely not the case. The dragon cave disappeared, but another figure jumped into the eyes of all the dragons. Without a doubt, this figure immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Tangzheng. He was floating in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was resting. Tangzheng's consciousness was immersed in the heaven realm. He did not expect the sky-swallowing technique to be so powerful. It did not take long for it to absorb the dragon cave. The dragon cave did not disappear. Instead, it shifted its position and entered the heaven realm. Above the 9 heavens of the heaven realm, a huge black cloud floated. It was exactly the same as the dragon cave in the dragon realm. Lightning flashed in the clouds, and it was especially eye-catching. With a thought, Tangzheng's consciousness entered the dragon cave. He could already completely control the dragon cave. The size and strength of the lightning were all under his control. From now on, he could use the lightning in the heaven realm to refine others. Of course, that person would first have to enter the heaven realm and not be turned into energy. He could not calm down for a long time. He was surprised by the power of the sky swallowing technique. Of course, he was also surprised by the new changes in the sky swallowing technique. After the heaven realm completely absorbed the dragon cave, a wave of energy surged out from the dragon cave and filled the sky. Then it was quickly absorbed by the heaven realm. He seemed to have comprehended something. With a flash of inspiration, he thought to himself, the sky swallowing technique is finally about to break through. The sky swallowing technique was only one step away from the final realm. Boom, 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 boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises rang out in the heaven realm. At the same time, a similar sound rang out in his body. It seemed that the heaven realm had some kind of connection with his body. The heaven realm also indirectly affected his body. All of the Dragon Clan-s were attracted by the loud sound. Pairs of dragon eyes were wide open as they stared straight at Tang Zheng, not knowing what would happen to him. Boom, 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 of, boom, boom. Heaven dragon dragon. Boom, 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 boom. To boom, to boom, to boom, to boom, boom. Naturally, many gazes fell on the Dragon King. They would have to listen to the Dragon King's orders. The Dragon King seemed to have been petrified. He stared blankly at Tang Zheng as the series of loud booms echoed in his ears. He couldn't make up his mind either. He had experienced the power of the Dragon Cave. Seeing that the Dragon Clan had disappeared in Tang Zheng's hands, he couldn't figure out what was going on with Tang Zheng. At this critical moment, he didn't dare to act rashly. The Dragon King didn't dare to move, and neither did the other Dragon Clan. All the Dragon Clan seemed to have been petrified as they stared at Tang Zheng without blinking. Rumble. The sound became louder and louder. It was like a war drum, extremely intense. The Dragon King's eyelids twitched along with the rhythm. Suddenly, he realized that the loud sound had reached its peak. He had an idea and shouted, "Stop him!" The 8 great dragon ambassadors were ready. When they heard the order, the 8 great dragon ambassadors rushed out together. All kinds of magic treasures flew out and attacked Tang Zheng at the same time. When the golden dragon saw this, he was so scared that his soul trembled. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he shook his body and transformed into a giant dragon. He roared into the sky and faced the 8 great dragon ambassadors. But how could he be a match for the dragon ambassadors? With just one move, the golden light around his body dimmed. His body shook violently and quickly fell to the ground. The 8 great dragon ambassadors' attacks weren't affected much because of this small interlude. As expected, 8 magic treasures with different lights attacked the only target, Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng seemed to be dead for sure. After all, this was the combined attack of the 8 dragon envoys, and the other Dragon Clan-s had never seen this scene before. In their subconscious, other than the Dragon King, there was definitely no other Dragon Clan-s that could take this attack. Suddenly, Tang Zheng opened his eyes. His eyes were as black as ink. There was no white in them. They were a bottomless black. Even his pupils were no exception. They were completely black. A vortex appeared in each of his pupils. It kept spinning, strange and mysterious. The 8 great dragon ambassadors were shocked. They felt that something was wrong from this scene. But the arrow was already on the bow. They had to release it. They were getting closer and closer to Tang Zheng. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter, 1 millimeter. The 8 great dragon ambassadors were almost on Tang Zheng's body. It seemed that in the next second he wouldn't be able to escape the attack of the magic treasures. However, this scene froze. The 8 great dragon ambassadors couldn't move forward anymore. An invisible force came from behind. It was like a claw that grabbed them tightly. "Look at the sky!" One of the dragons cried out in shock. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. It was aimed at the 8 great dragon ambassadors. 2 vortexes were spinning in the sky. They were like Tang Zheng's eyes. The terrifying force was emitted from these two vortexes. It sucked the 8 great dragon ambassadors in. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. What's going on? The Dragon King cried in his heart. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he scratched his head. Tang Zheng's lips curled into a smile. It was the smile of a victor. His lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. The heaven-devouring realm is indeed mysterious. It can even devour the heavens. It's not enough to deal with you 8 great dragon ambassadors. The heaven-devouring realm. Tang Zheng had gone through a lot of hardships and finally reached this realm. The heaven-devouring technique's great perfection realm. Ever since the heaven-devouring technique was created, other than the founder, Tang Zheng was the only one who had reached this realm and achieved this achievement. At this point, the heaven-devouring technique was completed in one go. It was true to its name. It could really devour the heavens. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1605. The 8 dragon envoys danced and struggled with all their might, trying to break free from the attraction of the sky-swallowing skill. It was a comical scene. The other dragons were dumbfounded. After all, the 8 dragon envoys were slightly inferior to the Dragon King. Even the Dragon King would not dare to let his guard down when the 8 dragon envoys joined forces. The Dragon King was shocked. His face was pale as he shouted, "Stop!" If anything happened to the 8 dragon envoys, it would be a painful blow to him as the Dragon King. The Dragon King could not retreat. He had to save the dragon envoys. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and a golden light flew out from his hand. Fast! Seeing this, there was only one thought in his mind. The golden light was too fast. It was probably as fast as the shooting sun arrow. Without a single thought, the golden light arrived in front of Tang Zheng and attacked Tang Zheng, forcing him to stop and helping the dragon envoy out of this predicament. Dragon Blade! The Dragon Clan exclaimed. They recognized the golden light. It was the Dragon King's treasure, called the Dragon Blade. It was a sacred weapon with terrifying power. Among the Dragon Clan, no one dared to fight against the Dragon Blade, let alone successfully. Pairs of eyes stared at the Dragon Blade. They guessed that Tang Zheng would not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted. He also fixed his gaze on the Dragon Blade. He could already feel the surging power. It was sharp and hot, as if it was going to tear him apart. Sky-swallowing skill. Tang Zheng roared. The 2 black vortexes in the sky spun wildly. The mighty power directly locked onto the Dragon Blade from afar. The Dragon Blade stopped. It stopped right in front of Tang Zheng's face. Advertisement. The Dragon Blade's attack was aimed at the vital point. It was powerful, but Tang Zheng did not even blink. Looking at the Dragon Blade that was close to him, he held his breath. He could clearly feel the power of the Dragon Blade, but it was firmly controlled by the sky-swallowing skill. He could not move at all. Huh? The other dragons were shocked. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Why did the Dragon Blade stop? Especially at such a terrifying speed. It was as if it had stopped abruptly. How did he do it? Everyone subconsciously turned to look at the Dragon King, wondering if the Dragon King had stopped on purpose. However, when everyone looked at the Dragon King, they found that his face was pale. He had already raised both of his hands, and his fingers were spread open as he controlled the Dragon Blade from afar. All of this wasn't because the Dragon King had deliberately stopped, but because Tang Zheng had blocked the attack of the Dragon Blade. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the excitement of the 8 great dragon envoys disappeared. They thought that with the Dragon King's help, they would definitely be able to escape. But now, not only were they unable to escape, even the Dragon King was involved. How powerful was that kid? 8 pairs of eyes stared at him, but they couldn't see through him. Tang Zheng's gaze turned cold as he stared at the Dragon King and said, "We agreed that I would enter the Dragon Cave, and you would agree to my conditions. But you went back on your words and actually attacked me." The Dragon King clenched his teeth, his expression fluctuating, then became firm and said, "You can't blame me. Could it be that the disappearance of the Dragon Cave has nothing to do with you?" Tang Zheng naturally couldn't deny it, and said openly, The dragon cave has already been moved to another place under my control. In the future, it will be able to unleash even more power. It's better than leaving it here and wasting it. What? Where did you move the dragon cave to? The Dragon King turned pale with fright. This news was like a bolt from the blue, deeply shaking his heart. Tang Zheng smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about that. The dragon cave is an item of the dragon domain. How can it fall into your hands?" The Dragon King berated loudly. Tang Zheng was unmoved and said, "If you didn't want to use the dragon cave to deal with me, it naturally wouldn't have fallen into my control." The Dragon King gasped for breath, speechless. Indeed, if he didn't want to use the dragon cave to deal with Tang Zheng, how could he have suffered a double loss? "How did you control the dragon cave?" The Dragon King was puzzled. Tang Zheng pointed at the two black holes in the air and said, "Of course it's the sky-swallowing technique. I can even suck away the dragon cave. Do you think the 8 great dragon envoys and the dragon blade can resist the sky-swallowing technique?" The Dragon King couldn't answer, but his silence already represented the answer. He also didn't dare to be 100% sure that his side could resist the sky-swallowing technique. After all, the dragon cave had disappeared. What if they followed in his footsteps? Seeing the Dragon King sitting like a candle and speechless, the hearts of the other dragons also wavered. They looked left, right, and looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. "Master." Suddenly, the golden dragon couldn't block the attacks of the 8 great dragon envoys and fell down, but now it flew up again. Tang Zheng's gaze turned and stared at the golden dragon, asking, "How are you?" The golden dragon shook its head. "I'm fine." Tang Zheng's gaze sank and landed on the 8 great dragon envoys, saying, "You all bullied me with numbers. Do you think you're very powerful? Humph. I will make you all pay for what you've done." Hua. The sky-swallowing technique's power increased greatly, and the 8 great dragon envoys couldn't resist anymore, flying towards the black hole. "Ah!" The 8 great dragon envoys screamed. They never thought that the Dragon King's attack wouldn't affect Tang Zheng too much, and he still had the energy to deal with them. "Stop!" The Dragon King roared, and with a shake of his body, he actually turned into a dragon. That huge body made Tang Zheng's heartstrings tremble. The Dragon King's body was much bigger than the other dragons, almost occupying half of the sky. The other dragons all retreated, trembling in fear, and prostrated themselves before the Dragon King. The Dragon King's might. No dragon could resist it, and even the golden dragon couldn't help but bend down, his face pale. Only Tang Zheng's body stood straight. A faint mysterious aura was emitted from his body. This aura that didn't seem strong went up against the Dragon King's might. The air vibrated, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Instead, it was the Dragon King's expression that changed, and he roared uneasily. "What is this?" A tremor that came from the depths of his soul arose spontaneously. Tang Zheng was startled, but immediately realized that this was the Dragon God's might. Although he had only integrated a part of the Dragon God's might, it was still more powerful than the Dragon King's might, and it was more shocking. The Dragon God's might was triggered by provocation, and it usually hid in Tang Zheng's body. Since the Dragon King dared to use the Dragon God's might to suppress him, it was naturally triggered. All the prostrating dragons raised their heads in confusion and looked at Tang Zheng. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They didn't understand how he could emit such a terrifying Dragon God's might. They didn't dare to have any thoughts of being rash, and could only lower their heads even more. The 8 great dragon envoys were trembling in fear. In the face of such a Dragon God's might, they couldn't help but regret their previous disrespect and rashness. The Dragon King's huge body floated in midair, and his head was looking at Tang Zheng. The Dragon God's might had unknowingly been suppressed, and his gaze was changing again and again. The trembling and fear that went deep into his dragon soul wasn't something he could control or resist. Chapter 1606. Tang Zheng stood proudly, exuding the dragon aura of the Dragon God. All the dragons prostrated themselves, and even the Dragon King bent his proud bones. The dragon blade's attack naturally disappeared without a trace. Tang Zheng's fingers clamped down, and 2 fingers firmly clamped down on the dragon blade. The dragon blade was very quiet, and did not move at all. Seeing this, the Dragon King's expression changed. He opened his huge dragon mouth, but did not dare to resist. Because the trembling of the dragon soul had not disappeared, and he could not resist at all. Tang Zheng saw through the Dragon King's mood, but was also shocked by the effect of the dragon god's dragon aura. He said, "Dragon King, I know you are not convinced, but you can attack." Attack. The Dragon King did not even dare to have this thought, because the dragon soul had already strongly suppressed this point. The other dragons saw the Dragon King's reaction and all sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only them, but even the Dragon King did not dare to resist. Then wouldn't this Tang Zheng be the new master of the dragon domain? When they thought of this, they were deeply shocked and immediately lowered their heads even more. In midair, the 8 dragon envoys had already flown to the edge of the black hole. Seeing that they were about to be sucked in, the dragon envoys could not resist at all, as if they had already accepted their fate. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the black hole stopped spinning, and the suction force disappeared. The 8 dragon envoys relaxed, but still did not dare to resist. They could only look at the black hole in front of them in shock, and their hearts almost stopped. Tang Zheng controlled the situation and firmly held the initiative. He pondered for a moment, then walked towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King could not understand Tang Zheng's thoughts, and could not retreat even if he wanted to. He could only watch as Tang Zheng approached him. The other dragons looked up and watched this scene with mixed feelings. They did not know what Tang Zheng was going to do. Kill the Dragon King and replace him? Thinking of this, all the dragons trembled and panicked. They were completely shrouded in fear. Finally, Tang Zheng walked in front of the Dragon King. Although the Dragon King was huge, under Tang Zheng's dragon aura, he seemed very small. This feeling arose in every dragon's heart. Beads of sweat appeared on the Dragon King's forehead and slid down his cheeks. Tang Zheng stretched out his hand and placed it on the dragon horn. The Dragon King's eyes narrowed as pain and despair appeared on its face. Once he damaged the dragon horn, the Dragon King would really fall. His cultivation would plummet, and the honor and glory of the past would be gone. He would be left with nothing. Tang Zheng did not pay attention to the Dragon King's thoughts. He just quietly felt the surging power coming from the dragon horn. In terms of the dragon horn, he definitely could not compare to the Dragon King. However, his advantage lay in the fact that he had fused with the dragon god fragment. This was something that no cultivator or treasure could compare to, and it could completely suppress all dragons. Dragon King. Tang Zheng called out softly. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment. Although he was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to reply respectfully, "Here. Do you still want to deal with me?" Tang Zheng asked calmly. "I don't dare." The Dragon King hurriedly explained. Even if he was given 100 more dragon gallbladders, he would not dare to do this. He was really courting death. If it was not because he was used to being high and mighty, he would not have lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. Tang Zheng was very satisfied with his answer, but he did not plan to let him go just like that. He continued to ask, "Do you still want to get those things from me?" "No." The Dragon King swallowed his saliva and said something that was not true. Of course he wanted to, but he really did not dare to think about it. It was completely wishful thinking. "Then will you still stop me?" Tang Zheng asked. "No." The Dragon King continued to reply respectfully. "Great." Tang Zheng nodded and praised. He suddenly turned around and faced all the dragons. He said majestically, "The dragon race is a proud race. Raise your heads." The dragons were shocked. They gradually raised their heads and faced Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had the Dragon King behind him. He seemed small, but his aura was like a rainbow. Facing all the dragons, his aura became stronger and stronger. He said indifferently, "Most of you don't know me. I'm a new member of the dragon race. Perhaps many of you don't understand this, but I still have to say. I was originally a human, but ever since I cultivated the dragon god technique, I became a dragon step by step." What? As soon as these words were said, all the dragons were so shocked that they were speechless. Tang Zheng did not want to say this at first, but after thinking carefully, he decided to be honest. This kind of thing could not be hidden in the future. In order to win the respect and trust of all the dragons, he decided to be completely honest. The Dragon King was also shocked. The Golden Dragon had mentioned this before, but the Dragon King did not care. He did not believe that a human could become a dragon. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. There were carps in the Dragon Gate and pythons that turned into dragons, but there was definitely no human who turned into a dragon. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had to believe it. Of course, none of the dragons doubted him. After all, there was no need for Tang Zheng to lie to them. The whole place was dead silent. Only pairs of eyes stared at him with complicated looks, but they could not say a word for a long time. The Golden Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. If he had told this truth in other situations, it would not have had such an effect. However, he had intimidated all the dragons just now, so his words had such an effect. Ow! Is that possible? The Dragon King pondered for a long time before he finally spat out this sentence. Tang Zheng curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. If a dragon can transform into a human, who can't transform into a dragon? As soon as he asked this question, his heart moved, and a thought spontaneously rose from the bottom of his heart. Why would a dragon transform into a human? After all, they were high and mighty. Would it not be more noble to maintain their dragon forms? Could there be some mystery or inside story? He didn't completely figure out the mystery behind it, but his question was like a stone thrown into the hearts of all dragons, causing ripples in their hearts. Yes, if a dragon can transform into a human, who can't transform into a dragon? This was the thought of an ordinary dragon. However, the Dragon King and the 8 dragon ambassadors had the same thought as Tang Zheng. Why do dragons like to transform into humans? Is there a need for that? When did this start? Why have I been doing this unknowingly? They had never thought about this before. They could not help but look at each other, and they could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. They seemed to have been imperceptibly influenced from the moment they were born. Then they had this fixed mindset. Even the Dragon King was an exception. They seemed to recall, but they realized that there was no trace of it. They did not know who had instilled this thought in them, but it seemed that their ancestors were all like this. Are humans nobler? Is that why dragons are willing to transform into humans? The other races seem to have this tendency as well. Once their strength reached a certain level, they were willing to transform into humans and try their best to get closer to humans. Are humans the king of all races? Are the other races flocking to transform into humans? To read a novel, please visit Chapter 1607. The speculation that humans were the kings of all races shocked the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy. Their high and mighty pride seemed to have completely collapsed with a bang. Tang Zheng looked at their reaction and guessed their thoughts. The smile on his face became wider. He had finally destroyed the Dragon King's arrogance. On the other hand, the other dragons did not think of this point. That would be able to preserve the momentum of the other dragons. Therefore, he said in a dignified manner, all these years, the Dragon Clan has been hunted down by the Dragon Slayers and had no choice but to hide in the Dragon Realm. This is the shame of the Dragon Clan. This situation is about to change. A change? The dragons were in an uproar. They looked at each other in dismay, unable to hide the shock between them. They had long been tired of this kind of hiding, but they had no choice. In order to survive, they had to do this. Even the Dragon King was helpless. They had almost lost all hope. At this moment, hearing Tang Zheng's words, that almost extinguished hope was ignited little by little. It was like a spark that started a prairie fire in the bottom of their hearts. I know you will be suspicious. You will think that my words have no proof and are not trustworthy. Tang Zheng changed the topic and stretched out his palm. With a flash of golden light, a 9-clawed little golden dragon appeared in his palm. It swam around his palm, looking very lifelike. What is this? The dragons widened their eyes. Their reaction was exactly the same as the Dragon King's. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to answer. He said slowly, countless years ago, the ancestors of the Dragon Clan were also harmed by the Dragon Slayers. However, they never gave up hope. They had been resisting and looking for ways to fight against the Dragon Slayers. In the end, they finally thought of a way. The dragon's interest was piqued. They looked at him eagerly. The dragon slayers can sense the dragon clan, right? Tang Zheng asked. Yes. The dragons nodded. They hated this point. Once the dragon clan left the dragon realm, no matter how they hid, they would be easily sensed by the dragon slayers and be killed. Only the dragon realm had natural protection and isolation measures to barely avoid being sensed by the dragon slayers. Therefore, the dragon clan could only hide here to temporarily save their lives. The ancestors of the dragon race spent countless efforts to give others a taste of their own medicine. They found a way to sense the dragon slayers. From now on, we will no longer be blind. Even if the dragon slayers chase after us, we will be able to sense them and take the initiative to attack. Tang Zheng said passionately. Actually, when the dragon clan senior taught him the sensing technique, he didn't say that. He just wanted him to sense the dragon slayers so that he could avoid being hunted down. However, when Tang Zheng saw the plight of the dragon clan, the high and mighty dragon clan actually hid themselves like rats, not daring to show themselves. This was really an insult to the dragon clan. Therefore, he suddenly had an idea and decided to do the opposite. He decided to take the initiative to attack. The best defense was to attack. However, the dragon race had been hunted down by the dragon slayers for too many years. Their will to resist was getting weaker and weaker, and they were almost annihilated. They didn't even think of taking the initiative to attack. When they heard him say that, they all revealed an incredulous expression and resentfully shook their heads. They thought that this was a fantasy story, and that it was too risky. Tang Zheng glanced at the Dragon King from the corner of his eyes. It was incomparably sharp and even had a reproachful expression. The dignified Dragon clan had actually become a group of cowards under the leadership of the Dragon King. It was simply a disgrace. The Dragon King's heart trembled. He understood Tang Zheng's gaze. Although he was indignant, he didn't dare to refute and forcibly swallowed his anger. Do you plan to hide in the dragon realm for the rest of your life and be hunted down by the dragon slayers? The dragon clan should soar in the 9 heavens. Where are your ambitions? Have you really been scared out of your wits by the dragon slayers? Tang Zheng asked in disappointment. The drooping dragon heads gradually lifted up. Their eyes were burning with indignation. Tang Zheng's words deeply touched the softest part of their hearts. Their pride still existed, but it was hidden. Now it finally burst out. We are not scared out of our wits. The dragon clan straightened their bodies and said with a firm expression. The Dragon King snorted disdainfully. Provocation was just a small trick, but he didn't expect that the dragon clan would actually be successfully provoked. These guys. Tang Zheng revealed a satisfied expression. If a clan didn't even have the last bit of pride, then there was really no hope. Very good. Since you are not scared out of your wits, then you must be brave enough to attack. Tang Zheng said. But our cultivation is not as good as the dragon slayers. This is the solution. Tang Zheng pointed at the little golden dragon in his hand and said, the divine ability left behind by the dragon god. The advanced version of the dragon god technique will solve your worries. Dragon god? Advanced version of the dragon god technique? The dragon clan was confused. It was obviously the first time they had heard of it. A long time ago, the leader of the dragon clan was the dragon god. The dragon god protected the dragon clan and did not allow outsiders to invade, maintaining the pride and nobility of the dragon clan. Ever since the last dragon god fell, there has never been another dragon god in the dragon clan. Many of the dragon god's divine abilities have also been lost. This is the most fundamental reason why our dragon clan has been forced to retreat step by step and be restrained everywhere. Tang Zheng passionately said. The dragon clan was skeptical and looked at the Dragon King. Even the 8 great dragon envoys looked at the Dragon King. With their status, they actually didn't know about this. Facing the many pairs of questioning eyes, the Dragon King fell silent. He couldn't deny it because what Tang Zheng said was the truth. But he was worried in his heart. He was afraid that Tang Zheng would tell the Dragon Clan about the origin of the Dragon Slayers. The Dragon Slayers were actually born from the Dragon Clan. There was actually a traitor in the Dragon Clan. This news was undoubtedly a heavy bomb that would shake the Dragon Clan's faith. But he had no way to stop Tang Zheng. He moved his lips, but thousands of words were stuck in his throat. Once you cultivate the advanced version of the Dragon God technique, you will be like me and summon the little golden dragon from the dragon seal. This is not an illusion but a real body. I believe everyone is very clear about what this means. Of course, they were clear about it. The Dragon Clan revealed an excited expression and looked at the little golden dragon with burning eyes. But did they have the qualifications to cultivate it? They looked at the Dragon King one after another. After all, the Dragon Clan was a world where the strong were respected. Many techniques were unique to the Dragon King, and were not something that the general public could cultivate. Tang Zheng didn't pay attention to the Dragon King's reaction. He also saw the Dragon Clan's worries and said directly, I will now teach everyone the advanced version of the Dragon God technique, and the method to sense the Dragon Slayers. As long as you are a member of the Dragon Clan, you will have the opportunity to cultivate it. The Dragon Clan has already reached the point of life and death. If we don't unite, then the Dragon Clan will be destroyed in the future and completely disappear from this world. I believe that everyone is not willing to see this scene. The Dragon Clan was excited and looked at Tang Zheng with fervent eyes. The Dragon King sighed inwardly. At this point he had no way to stop it. Otherwise his position as the Dragon King would be lost. Of course, he also had no way to stop all of this. In the end, Tang Zheng did everything he wanted. Tang Zheng stretched out his hand and pointed at the void. With a tap, a golden light shot out and exploded. Like the most brilliant fireworks, it turned into specks of golden light that fell from the sky and sprinkled on all the Dragon Clan. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1608. Thousands of rays of golden light descended from the sky like a torrential rain, sprinkling down on the Dragon Clan. Every ray of golden light landed on the forehead of the Dragon Clan. Immediately, the Dragon Clan's entire body bloomed with golden light, and even the Dragon King was no exception. These golden lights contained the advanced version of the Dragon God technique and the Dragon Slayer technique. When the Dragon Clan received this information, they immediately immersed themselves in it and truly experienced the profoundness of it. The Dragon Clan was shocked and realized how extraordinary these two divine abilities were. They could not be bothered to communicate with each other and express their shock. They subconsciously began to cultivate, racing against time. Even the Dragon King was no exception. As if he was deeply afraid of falling behind, he began to cultivate without stopping. Immediately, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Other than Tang Zheng and the Golden Dragon, the other Dragon Clan members were immersed in the world of cultivation. With so many Dragon Clan members cultivating, the dragon might emitted was earth-shattering. Even Tang Zheng could not help but be moved. The Golden Dragon opened his mouth wide, and was speechless for a long time. After a long while he recovered from his shock and looked at Tang Zheng saying, Master, this is too shocking. The Dragon Clan will rise from now on, right? Of course the Dragon Clan will rise. Tang Zheng nodded and said. The Golden Dragon clenched his fists excitedly and said with pride, This is great. The Dragon Clan is all thanks to Master. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan's suffering would have continued. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. The Dragon Clan's suffering will continue, but the Dragon Clan will not live so cowardly and only think about hiding. The Dragon Slayer technique was powerful, surpassing the current Dragon Clan. Therefore, if they wanted to resist the Dragon Slayer technique, they had to concentrate on cultivating for a period of time. The Golden Dragon also understood that this was not something that could be done overnight, but he still nodded excitedly and said, I understand. But now that everyone has a goal, I believe it will be achieved soon. The rise of the Dragon Clan was something that many Dragon Clan members dreamed of. They did not expect it to become a reality. Tang Zheng looked at all the Dragon Clan members, and his heart surged. He had hesitated before whether to tell them the origin of the Dragon Slayer technique, but in the end, he avoided talking about it. He was also very clear that this would be a huge blow to the Dragon Clan. Now was the time to boost the Dragon Clan's morale. He could not use this kind of thing to attack them. The Dragon King's worries were completely unwarranted. Streaks of golden light rose into the air from the bodies of many of the dragon tribe cultivators, before transforming into the same thing above their heads, little golden dragons. There was no lack of geniuses in the dragon clan. In the past, they had only been suppressed. Now that they had been stimulated, their potential had completely erupted. On the other hand, the Dragon King's transformation far surpassed the other members of the dragon clan. After all, he was the Dragon King, one of the best among the dragon clan. His cultivation level was extremely high, so naturally, his comprehension ability was also extremely strong. He had comprehended more things, so his improvement was naturally faster. Therefore, the golden light above his head was constantly changing, and it already had the embryonic form of a little golden dragon. Tang Zheng knew that they would need to cultivate for a long time, so he simply called the golden dragon and descended together, experiencing the local customs of the dragon realm. The dragon domain was extremely large, and it was not something that could be explored in a short period of time. The buildings in the dragon domain were also very grand. After all, the bodies of the dragon clan were very large. The golden dragon had been here once. Along the way, he told Tang Zheng everything he knew. Tang Zheng gradually gained a clearer understanding of the dragon territory. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded. Tang Zheng and the golden dragon suddenly stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw a brilliant golden light shining in the direction of the dragon clan. The golden light shot straight into the sky and turned into a 9-clawed little golden dragon. The 2 dragon horns on the 9-clawed little golden dragon's head were also blooming with a dazzling golden light. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank, and he praised. So fast. As soon as his voice fell, he had already flown to the edge of the dragon clan. He found that the Dragon King was the first to wake up, and his aura had changed greatly. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, and it seemed that his cultivation had improved again. That 9-clawed little golden dragon was summoned by him. The Dragon King roared again, and the 9-clawed little golden dragon flew back into his dragon seal. His eyes turned and locked onto Tang Zheng. The Dragon King's expression was very complicated. He slowly flew towards Tang Zheng and finally stopped in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, but still lowered his noble head and said, "Your choice is right. The entire dragon clan should be grateful to you. Then do you still want to deal with me?" No. The Dragon King no longer said that he didn't dare, but he didn't say anything. It was obvious that Tang Zheng's actions had convinced him, especially the 2 divine abilities that he taught. The Dragon King benefited a lot and broke through a crucial threshold. The Dragon King hadn't inherited the throne for too long, because the old Dragon King had died when dealing with the Dragon Slayers. The new Dragon King was forced to do something beyond his ability. Most of the time, the new Dragon King crossed the river by feeling the stones. Although his cultivation was higher than the other dragons, he didn't reach the realm of the old Dragon King. He had been stuck at a key point. But after cultivating the advanced version of the Dragon God technique, those obstacles collapsed. He finally broke through and reached the 9th stage of the Mahayana realm, 2 levels higher than Tang Zheng's 7th stage of the Mahayana realm. But he still had to bow his head to Tang Zheng and turn hostility into friendship. Other than Tang Zheng's actions that convinced him, he really couldn't resist. Even if his cultivation was higher than Tang Zheng's, the dragon's aura couldn't be compared to the dragon's aura of the dragon god. The deterrence that went deep into the dragon's soul wasn't something he could resist. Tang Zheng didn't argue. The Dragon King was the Dragon King after all. If he really did anything to him, it would be a heavy blow to the Dragon Clan. So he said in a deep voice, "The Dragon King should think of the Dragon Clan and not rely on the strict hierarchy to consolidate his rule. A just cause enjoys abundant support while an unjust cause finds little support. You have to remember this principle." "Yes, I'll remember it." The Dragon King nodded. Tang Zheng glanced at the other dragons and said, "Let's go back to the Dragon Palace. I still have something to discuss with you." The Dragon King led the way and went straight to the Dragon Palace. When they returned to the Dragon Palace again, the status of both sides had changed slightly. The Dragon King pointed to his Dragon King throne and said respectfully, "Please sit." Tang Zheng didn't covet his Dragon King throne. He shook his head and said, "I'll just sit here." He casually found a seat and sat down. The Dragon King didn't dare to return to his throne. He carefully sat down on a seat next to him and asked humbly, "May I ask if you have any other instructions?" Tang Zheng said straightforwardly, "I'm here to discuss with you how to deal with the dragon slayers, especially how to snipe them in Langya Pavilion." The Dragon King nodded and stared at him with a burning gaze. He said, "Do you have any brilliant ideas?" "I don't have any brilliant ideas, but I do have a few ideas. First of all, the Dragon Clan still needs to concentrate on cultivating for a period of time. So, it will take time to launch a large-scale counterattack against the Dragon Slayers. That's a plan for the future. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with the Dragon Slayers who may invade Langya Pavilion at any time. We're passively defending. After all, it's not a long-term solution." The Dragon King said worriedly. Tang Zheng had also thought of this point. He said thoughtfully, "When you were cultivating just now, I thought of another idea." Hearing this, the Dragon King raised his head curiously and asked, "What idea?" The Golden Dragon also looked at his master in surprise. He didn't know what kind of brilliant idea he had. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1609. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and said directly, "The Dragon Slayers will definitely invade Langya Pavilion. This is already unavoidable. If we sit and wait for death, we will be too passive. Since that's the case, why don't we do the opposite?" The Dragon King's eyes lit up as if he had understood something. He looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. "The Dragon Slayers have been hunting the Dragon Clan, then let's also hunt the Dragon Slayers once. As long as we are fully prepared, we can totally do this. Moreover, in Langya Pavilion, the Dragon Slayers' power will be limited to a certain extent, and their combat power will be greatly reduced. This will make up for our shortcomings." The Dragon King was suddenly enlightened and said in surprise, "You're saying that we should set a trap in Langya Pavilion, and invite the Dragon Slayers to walk right into the trap?" Tang Zheng looked at him with gratification. As expected of the Dragon King, his comprehension ability was superb, and he understood immediately. He asked, "Do you think it's feasible?" "Master's idea is certainly feasible." The Golden Dragon blurted out without hesitation. The Dragon King was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and thought carefully, as if he was deducing the entire process. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed. "It's indeed feasible." After saying that, he looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated gaze. He did not think of this at all. Perhaps he still subconsciously thought that the Dragon Slayers were undefeatable, and tried to avoid them as much as possible. However, Tang Zheng was different. The idea of taking the initiative to attack had been throughout, so he came up with this idea of inviting the Dragon Slayers to walk right into the trap. Hearing the Dragon King's words, Tang Zheng smiled and said, "If that's the case, then we should discuss the details. We must do it perfectly and not leave a single flaw. Otherwise, if we fail, the Dragon Clan will not be able to bear the consequences. If they really failed, Langya Pavilion would be handed over to the Dragon Slayers. Not only would the Dragon Souls and the Dragon God fragments all fall into the hands of the Dragon Slayers, all the Dragon Clan's reliance would be gone, and they would not be able to escape the situation of being hunted down by the Dragon Slayers. Perhaps it would not be long before they completely disappeared from this world." They were deeply aware of this, so the Dragon King's expression became especially serious. He nodded heavily and began to discuss with Tang Zheng. Not long after, a voice came from outside the Dragon Palace. It was the 8 dragon envoys waking up and coming to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King glanced outside and then looked at Tang Zheng inquiringly. Tang Zheng said, "Call them all in. If we pool our wisdom, we'll be able to think more carefully." The Dragon King was secretly delighted. In this case, Tang Zheng was willing to let bygones be bygones. Rumble. The door of the Dragon Palace slowly opened by itself, and the 8 dragon envoys came in together. The way they looked at Tang Zheng changed again and again, and in the end, they all lowered their heads. Tang Zheng didn't stand up. He just raised his eyes and glanced at them. Congratulations. Everyone has gained a lot. This is all thanks to the divine ability that you imparted to us. We can't thank you enough. The dragon envoy's previous arrogance was gone as he spoke respectfully. This is also your own good fortune, and also the shadow of the dragon clan's ancestors. There's no need to thank me. No, without you, even with the shadow of the ancestors, we wouldn't know, let alone cultivate the advanced version of the dragon god technique. The dragon envoy said. Tang Zheng smiled and said, the Dragon King and I are discussing how to deal with the dragon slayers. You all should listen and give us some suggestions. The dragon envoys were shocked. We're going to fight back against the dragon slayers just like that? We tested it just now, but we still can't sense the exact location of the dragon slayers. Tang Zheng shook his head and explained. The method of sensing the dragon slayer is because they have arrived in our world, so we can sense it the fastest. Actually, I don't need to say it, but everyone understands the shortcomings of this method. However, it's not like there's no solution. I'm guessing that if everyone works together and gathers everyone's strength, we might be able to sense their location before they arrive in our world, just like how the dragon slayers sense us. Then why don't we give it a try? The dragon envoys were eager to try. After all, they were always in a passive situation. Now that they could experience the initiative, they were very tempted. There's no rush for now. We're still discussing other countermeasures. Tang Zheng simply told them about the dragon slayers invading Langya Pavilion. Immediately, cries of surprise rang out. It was the dragon envoys' first time hearing about this. They all gasped in disbelief. Even Langya Pavilion is no longer safe. What should we do? That's our last foundation. If we lose it and the entire Langya Pavilion falls into the hands of the enemy, what will we have left? Don't panic, Tang Zheng hurriedly advised. We already have a plan. The dragon envoys raised their heads and listened intently to Tang Zheng's plan. All of them widened their eyes in joy. It turned out that he already had a plan. They all racked their brains to enrich the details. After a while, the traps they set became more and more dangerous, covering all possible scenarios. Tang Zheng's suspended heart gradually calmed down. There were still many capable people in the Dragon Clan, especially the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoys. They lived up to their reputation. This was definitely more reliable and feasible than the plan he came up with alone. Finally, a perfect trap was presented. All of them were excited. They finally experienced the feeling of taking the initiative to attack. It felt so good. To the Dragon Clan, the supernatural powers imparted by Tang Zheng were secondary. The most important thing was that it changed the Dragon Clan's consciousness, making them not as fearful of the Dragon Slayers as before, and daring to take the initiative to attack. The Dragon King was well aware of this change. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Tang Zheng. Something that he couldn't do, or perhaps something that he had never even thought of, was achieved in such a short time. Could it be that he was really the Dragon Clan's last hope? Was the situation facing the Dragon Clan really going to change completely because of this? The Dragon King couldn't predict, but this change was good. However, his position as the Dragon King had become very awkward. His authority was being challenged. After this battle, Tang Zheng's authority might surpass that of the Dragon King. In a short time, he had completely surpassed the results of his many years of work. It was truly regrettable. Since you all have cultivated the advanced version of the Dragon God technique, you should know that this supernatural power corresponds to the remaining 9 floors of the Langya Pavilion. Once you reach the corresponding level of cultivation, you can step onto the remaining 9 floors. As for what's above, you'll have to explore it yourselves. Tang Zheng said meaningfully, not hiding anything. Some of the dragon envoys didn't think of this. After hearing this, they were pleasantly surprised. The Dragon King looked at him with a complicated expression and said, I've already reached the first level of the advanced version. I entered the Langya Pavilion earlier, and saw the inverted Langya Pavilion. I also stepped onto the 10th floor, but I couldn't step onto the 11th floor. He couldn't wait to go to the Langya Pavilion as soon as he broke through to verify Tang Zheng's words. Indeed, he was right, but he didn't gain much. After all, the Dragon God fragment on the 10th floor had already been integrated by Tang Zheng. Naturally, he came up empty-handed. Tang Zheng guessed his encounter, his heart moved, and said, "Then what did you gain from the other Langya Pavilion's 10th floor?" Every floor of the upright Langya Pavilion had its own unique features and treasures hidden within. Tang Zheng didn't have time to explore the 10th floor last time, but the Dragon King definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Therefore, he was very curious about what the Dragon King had discovered on the 10th floor. Hearing this, the Dragon King's expression became excited. It seemed like he had gained a lot. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 1610. The Dragon King recalled his experience and gains in the Langya Pavilion. His heart, which had been calm for many years, began to surge. He blurted out, "Indeed, I did gain something. Look at what this is." The Dragon King opened his palm, and a ball of light bloomed in his palm. It quickly grew bigger and floated up. It was a magic treasure. The most eye-catching thing was that there were 4 extremely simple sacred patterns on it. A divine weapon. The 8 dragon ambassadors exclaimed. It was common knowledge that the Dragon Clan liked to collect treasures. However, a divine weapon was still an extremely rare treasure. Normal Dragon Clan members would not have the opportunity to own one. Some had not even seen one before. The dragon ambassadors were sure that this was a divine weapon that the Dragon King did not have before. It was not inferior to the Dragon Blade. In the battle just now, all the Dragon Clan members had witnessed the power of the Dragon Blade. Although they were defeated, the power of the Dragon Blade was not something that normal Dragon Clan members could withstand. The Dragon King nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is a divine weapon. I got it from the 10th floor of the Langya Pavilion." Tang Zheng had already guessed it, and thought that it was indeed so. The remaining 9 floors all had supreme treasures, and were completely different from the 9 floors below. There was only one supreme treasure on these floors, and it was first come, first served. Tang Zheng glanced at the sacred patterns on the divine weapon. He was not jealous. After all, compared to the hidden sword, for sacred patterns were too many. Not including the description, it could not be compared to the hidden sword. The 8 dragon ambassadors did not have a treasure like the hidden sword. They were all excited as they stared at the divine weapon. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Could this be the legendary Dragon Shadow? Dragon Shadow. Hearing this, the other dragon ambassadors exclaimed as well. They seemed to be frightened by this name. Tang Zheng did not understand and looked at the divine weapon. He actually saw 2 simple Xiaozhuan characters on the sacred patterns. They were the words Dragon Shadow. He did not notice it before. It seemed that the dragon ambassadors had sharp eyes and discovered it first. The Dragon Shadow is one of the legendary 9 great divine weapons of the Dragon Clan. I didn't expect it to be hidden in the Langya Pavilion all this while. We've been searching for it for so many years and thought that it was lost. The Dragon Shadow was right under the noses of all the Dragon Clans. All the Dragon Clans could reach the Langya Pavilion, but none of the Dragon Clans thought that the holy relic they had been searching for was upstairs. The Dragon King was quite proud of himself. Although Tang Zheng had reached the first level of the advanced version before him, he had no idea why he hadn't gone to the 10th floor of the Langya Pavilion to obtain such a precious treasure. Perhaps this was his opportunity. The dragon envoys were all envious, but no one dared to covet it. The Dragon King glanced at the silent Tang Zheng and felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he also coveted the Dragon Shadow? If he insisted on claiming it as his own, what should he do? Give it to him for free? The Dragon King felt his heart ache, but he did not have the courage to refuse. Immediately, his face turned ashen, and his excitement was swept away. The other dragon tribe cultivators also thought of this, and their expressions changed drastically as they focused their gazes on him. Tang Zheng frowned and did not say a word. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "What about the remaining 8 holy relic of the Dragon Clan?" No one expected Tang Zheng to ask this question after pondering for so long. They could not guess his thoughts and answered, "The Dragon Blade is also one of the 9 great holy relic, but we don't know where the remaining 7 holy relic are." Tang Zheng had an idea and proposed a hypothesis. Do you think there are 7 holy relics hidden in the remaining 8 floors of the Langya Pavilion? This. The dragon tribe cultivators looked at each other. They did not think of this at that moment. The Dragon King's eyes lit up and he said firmly, "It's very possible. But there are only 7 holy relics on the remaining 8 floors. What's in the last floor?" No one from the dragon tribe could answer this question. No matter what, after the advanced version of the realm, we will be able to reveal the answer. No matter who ascends to the remaining 8 floors and obtains the treasures within, that will be their opportunity. The Dragon King said as he looked at Tangjing apprehensively, as if he was afraid that he would refute. Tangjing nodded slightly. That's true. There is no lack of geniuses in the dragon clan. I believe that there will definitely be dragons who will ascend to the remaining 9 floors and obtain the corresponding treasures. This is indeed their opportunity. Hearing this, all the dragon tribe cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, their hearts were surging with excitement. They could not wait to go back to cultivate and ascend to the remaining floors to obtain the holy relic. Tangjing did not care about the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy's thoughts. Instead, he took out the dragon blade, which was the spoils of war from the battle just now. The dragon blade was very quiet, as if Tangjing was its master. All eyes were immediately attracted to the dragon blade. There were also 4 holy inscriptions on the dragon blade, which was exactly the same as the dragon shadow. No wonder it could not defeat the hidden mysterious sword. The Dragon King looked at the dragon blade anxiously. That was the holy relic that had accompanied him for many years. He did not know if it could return to his hands. Tangjing had no intention of returning it. Instead, he reached out to the Dragon King and said, "Give me the dragon shadow." Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't he just say that whoever obtained it would have the opportunity? Why did he go back on his word in an instant? The Dragon King's mouth twitched. His heart was bleeding, but he still handed it over with both hands. Tangjing hooked his finger, and the dragon shadow obediently flew into his hand. Whether it was the dragon shadow or the dragon blade, they seemed to be exceptionally obedient in front of Tangjing. They restrained their ferocity. The dragon tribe looked at Tangjing nervously. They did not know what he was going to do with the 2 holy relics. Take it for himself? Then what hope did the other dragon tribes have? But no dragon tribe dared to resist. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. It was the Dragon King's first time experiencing this feeling. What do you think will happen if we combine these 2 sacred artifacts into one? Tangjing seemed to be deep in thought as he suddenly thought of something and said, "Combine 2 holy relics into one?" The Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy were shocked. In their subconscious, being able to obtain 1 holy relic was already extremely precious. He actually wanted to combine 2 holy relics into one. This was completely superfluous. It was a reckless waste of God's gifts. The dragon tribe was good at collecting treasures, but they were not good at refining. Also, no dragon tribe had deep attainments in refining weapons. Naturally, they would not have such thoughts. But Tangjing was different. He had obtained Wuxia's true teachings and refined the hidden mysterious sword. With experience, he dared to do what he wanted. This is not necessary. The Dragon King twitched his mouth and said painfully. Unexpectedly, Tangjing shook his head and said, "I think it is very necessary. Although these 2 holy relics are powerful, their power is limited. There is still a lot of room for improvement. In the future, when fighting against the dragon slayers, a powerful enough holy relic can unleash great power. Since there is such an opportunity, we naturally cannot miss it." He made the final decision. Although the other dragon tribes felt that it was superfluous, none of them dared to object. Tangjing looked at everyone with satisfaction and said eagerly, "Since everyone has doubts, then I will prove it to everyone. Sometimes 2 holy relics is not as powerful as 1. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the golden dragon in the clouds and said, "You protect me. I will combine the dragon shadow and dragon blade." To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 16:11. Hearing Tangjing's arrangement, the other dragons were surprised. Dragons were not good at refining, this was a well-known fact. Could it be that he was an exception? The golden dragon hurriedly stood in front of Tang Zheng to protect him, but in front of the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy, his so-called protection was useless. If the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy had evil intentions, the golden dragon would definitely not be able to defend himself. But obviously, they did not have such intentions. They only curiously looked at Tang Zheng, half believing and half doubting how he would refine. With a wave of his hand, the 9 revolving pill furnace appeared in front of him. Its whole body emitted a mysterious light, and the lifelike carvings on the walls of the furnace were about to come out. The 9 revolving pill furnace was a sacred artifact, but its artifact spirit was hidden in the lifelike spirits. Tang Zheng flicked his finger, and the dragon blade and dragon shadow turned into 2 streams of light, whizzing into the 9 revolving pill furnace. Several pairs of eyes stared at it without blinking, especially when they saw the 9 revolving pill furnace. They could not help but shiver. Everyone was knowledgeable, and could tell at a glance that it was a sacred artifact. This kind of refining sacred artifact was even rarer than offensive sacred artifacts. After the dragon blade and the dragon shadow entered the pill furnace, the light became brighter, as if it wanted to soar into the sky and break through the restrictions of the pill furnace. However, the spirits on the walls of the pill furnace flew up and interweaved at the mouth of the pill furnace, firmly blocking the light from spreading out. The 9 revolving pill furnace seemed to know that these 2 sacred artifacts were not ordinary items. Even the slightest bit of their power could not be underestimated, so it did not let the slightest bit of energy escape. The dragon blade and dragon shadow seemed to feel the threat and tried to escape. After all, they were not Tang Zheng's magical artifacts. In a real life and death situation, they would not listen to his control. The Dragon King and Dragon Blade had a telepathic connection. Their hearts shivered and their eyelids twitched as they looked at the 9 revolving pill furnace with worry. But after seeing Tang Zheng's resolute eyes, they swallowed their words. Since things had already reached this point, they could only believe in Tang Zheng and pray that he would succeed. If he failed, these 2 sacred artifacts would be destroyed. Thinking of this, the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy felt their hearts ache. Those were 2 sacred artifacts, not ordinary weapons or magic treasures. They were so useful that even the Dragon Clan would not underestimate them. You want to escape? Now that you've entered the 9 revolving pill furnace, you should just stay put. Tang Zheng let out a shout as a heaven flame burst out from his fingertip and flew into the cauldron. The heavenly fire was an existence that surpassed the true fire. It was a sacred item for refining weapons. Moreover, he was the only one in the world who possessed the heavenly fire. As the heavenly fire approached, Dragon Blade and Dragon Shadow felt an even greater threat. They flew up and tried to break free from the restraints of the pill furnace. Where do you think you're going? Tang Zheng's thought moved, and the heavenly flame caught up with the 2 sacred tools. The flame rose with a rumbling sound, and wrapped around them. The Dragon Blade and Dragon Shadow struggled even more fiercely, but it was all in vain. The heavenly fire was not something they could resist. A moment later, the Dragon Blade and the Dragon Shadow gradually quieted down, as if they had given up resistance and turned into the purest energy. The Dragon King's expression changed abruptly, and his heart skipped a beat. This was because his connection with the Dragon Blade had been forcibly severed. He stared blankly at the 9 revolving pill furnace. He really wanted to rush over and pull the Dragon Blade out. Because once this connection was severed, he would no longer be the Dragon Blade's owner. Someone else would be safe, and he could become its new owner. If not for all this happening right under his nose, and Tang Zheng personally taking action, he would have already impatiently tried to stop it. It was not an easy task for an ordinary magical weapon to remove its owner's imprint. Especially for sacred tools, to remove the imprint was harder than ascending to the heavens. But under the pincer attack of the 9 revolving pill furnace and the heavenly fire, it was as easy as blowing dust off a canal. Tang Zheng did not care about the Dragon King's nervous thoughts. He was concentrating on watching every movement within the pill furnace. After the 2 sacred tools turned into the purest energy, the 9 revolving pill furnace started to revolve rapidly. The heavenly fire turned into strands, and refined every strand of pure energy. After being tempered thousands of times, the impurities within the energy were completely removed. The remaining energy blossomed with a dazzling light, like two small suns. Under the pincer attack of the heavenly fire, the two completely different strands of energy gradually approached each other and fused together. From the initial rejection to the fusion, there were not many twists and turns. Instead, there was a natural and smooth flow of beauty. After the two strands of energy fused, Tang Zheng was delighted. It was as he had deduced. After the two sacred tools fused together, the energy released was even more majestic. Hua! A ball of light blossomed from the pill furnace. Although it could not escape, it jumped into the vision of the other dragons. At this time, they were all shocked and overjoyed. They were very clear on what this meant. The first step was a success. It really was a success. It seems refining is not as difficult as I thought. The Dragon King was overwhelmed with emotions as he muttered to himself. He had never thought of refining and subconsciously thought that it would not be easy. Now it seemed that his opinion was completely wrong. The Golden Dragon, on the other hand, had witnessed the hardships that Tang Zheng had gone through along the way, and added, "Everyone, my master's refining skills are indeed formidable, but he did not succeed overnight. He only managed to achieve what he has today after going through so many hardships." The other dragons suddenly understood and felt admiration in their hearts. They only saw the scenery on the surface and did not see the sweat on the back. Change. Suddenly, Tang Zheng shouted loudly. The fused energy began to change and gradually condensed into the shape of a sharp blade. It was almost the same as the dragon blade from before. As time passed, Tang Zheng's expression also changed. From the initial serious expression, it gradually became relaxed. The sky outside gradually turned dark and then bright again. Unknowingly, many dragons had gathered outside. These were all dragons who had awakened after cultivating divine abilities. They all gathered in the Dragon Palace. They knew that the benefactor who had bestowed them with everything was in the Dragon Palace. Many pairs of eyes looked at the Dragon Palace with expectation. Rise! Suddenly, Tang Zheng let out a roar, his face flushed red. The Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy's hearts skipped a beat. They widened their eyes and stared at the 9 revolving pill furnace. The cauldron had already stopped rotating, and the light had also retracted. Even the interior of the cauldron had become extremely quiet. There was not even a trace of light, and it had sunk into complete darkness. Everyone stretched their necks, trying to see the scene inside the furnace. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out like a sun rising in the night. It was incomparably dazzling. This light slowly rose and floated above the furnace, attracting everyone's attention. The result of the combination of the dragon blade and the dragon shadow. From now on, it will be called the Dragon Shadow Blade. Tang Zheng named it Dragon Shadow Blade. Everyone's heart trembled as they remembered this name. However, they were soon attracted by another scene. They saw that the Dragon Shadow Blade had 3 saint runes running through it. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 16:12. The 3 sacred inscriptions ran through the Dragon Shadow Blade. The lines were simple and elegant, which was particularly eye-catching. The Dragon King's breathing quickened. The Dragon Shadow Blade seemed to have a suction force that drew him closer. Tang Zheng admired the Dragon Shadow Blade for a while, thinking that he was getting better at refining weapons. He looked at everyone's reaction, especially the Dragon King's, and flipped his finger. Whoosh whoosh. The Dragon Shadow Blade flipped around his fingertips a few times, creating a long series of afterimages that exuded a terrifying power. When the Dragon King saw this, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. At this moment, that was no longer his magical weapon. His mark had been erased. He stared at the Dragon Shadow Blade longingly, feeling uneasy. He was afraid that he would not have a share of such a powerful magical weapon. He sighed faintly, feeling extremely regretful. If he had not failed to recognize Tang Zheng and clashed with him, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Tang Zheng did not care about the Dragon King's complicated thoughts. He only looked at his eyes and flicked his finger. The Dragon Shadow Blade flew out and headed straight for the Dragon King. A terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept towards the Dragon King like a tornado. The dragon envoy was so frightened that he almost screamed. The Dragon King's expression also changed abruptly. His body tensed up, and his heart felt like it was about to break. Suddenly, the dragon shadow blade stopped abruptly in front of the Dragon King's forehead. It was so close that it seemed like it would pierce through his head in the next second. The Dragon King's heart hung in midair. His two pairs of big eyes became cross-eyed as he stared at the dragon shadow blade in front of his forehead. Both the dragon shadow blade and the dragon shadow blade were obtained by you. That is your opportunity. Although I have refined them, they are still yours when I return them to their rightful owners, Tang Zheng said lightly. However, these words were earth-shattering. It set off waves of shock in the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy's hearts. This was equivalent to setting the tone. From now on, the remaining 7 sacred weapons in the Langya Pavilion would belong to whoever obtained them first. Tang Zheng would not deliberately snatch them or interfere. Everyone was well aware of what this meant. They couldn't wait to explore the rest of the floors. However, the strongest among them had only broken through to the first level of the advanced version. They did not have the qualifications to set foot on the remaining floors. They could only look at the sacred artifact and sigh. The Dragon King looked at the dragon shadow blade in disbelief. The other party had actually given up such a powerful sacred weapon. As the person involved, his feelings were complicated and indescribable. Finally, the thousands of words turned into a single sentence. Thank you. After he finished speaking, he respectfully bowed to Tang Zheng and almost knelt down. Obviously, he was sincerely convinced. He asked himself honestly, he wasn't able to be so open and aboveboard, and he would probably take it for himself first. When he thought up to here, he felt even more ashamed and wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. And he was extremely regretful of his rash conflict from before. Tang Zheng nodded slightly, accepting his gratitude. He had painstakingly helped him refine artifacts, so he deserved this thank you. Tang Zheng's image instantly grew. This was not something that could be said in a few words, but was proven through his actions. It was more convincing. At least, other than the Dragon King, the other 8 dragon ambassadors were completely convinced, and no longer had any thoughts of disrespect. The Golden Dragon saw the clues from their reactions, and couldn't help but feel happy for its master and feel honored. The Dragon King did not kneel. After all, he was the king of a race, so how could he kneel so easily? He maintained his last bit of pride and said, "The entire dragon race will remember you and thank you." Tang Zheng smiled faintly. "Although I'm a halfway dragon, I'm still a member of the dragon race. I'm deeply blessed by the dragon race. The rise and fall of the dragon race has a lot to do with me." Immediately, the previous conflict disappeared, and the last bit of grudge in their hearts was removed. Even Tang Zheng was so magnanimous, so how could the Dragon King and the dragon ambassadors not let go? "Quickly drip your blood to bind it," Tang Zheng reminded. The Dragon King suddenly understood and nodded excitedly. He activated his technique and pointed at the dragon shadow blade. A drop of blood seeped out from his fingertip and dripped onto the dragon shadow blade. The dragon shadow blade immediately released a ball of red light. In the next second, the red light suddenly retracted inwards. In an instant, all of the light was retracted, leaving only the surface of the dragon shadow blade, shining with a mysterious and powerful aura. Tang Zheng looked at the dragon shadow blade with gratification and said, "You can absorb the dragon shadow blade into your body and become one with it." "Can I really do that?" The Dragon King was shocked. He had heard of this before, but the dragon shadow blade could not reach this point. Naturally, he had never experienced it before. "You'll know once you try." Tang Zheng looked at the 3 saint patterns and said with interest. The Dragon King quickly summoned the dragon shadow blade. With a whoosh, the dragon shadow blade disappeared. The Dragon King's eyes shone with a shocking light as he sighed. As expected, the dragon shadow blade had already become one with him. The 8 dragon envoys looked at this scene and revealed looks of envy. Their hearts surged, and they could not wait to obtain the remaining saint weapons. The Dragon King looked outside the dragon palace and sensed that all the dragons had gathered here. He had an idea and said, "Everyone, let's go out together. I have something to announce." Outside the dragon palace, the dragons were densely packed and gathered. When they saw the Dragon King and Tang Zheng come out, all of their eyes focused on Tang Zheng. Instead, the Dragon King became a supporting character. The Dragon King's heart had already calmed down, and did not mind. Instead, he soared into the sky and floated high up in the air. He looked down at the dragons and said loudly, "The dragon race has declined for many years, but the heavens have not given up on the dragon race. The heavens have sent an envoy to us. The envoy has already given everyone a welcome gift. I believe that everyone will benefit greatly." The dragons discussed animatedly and looked at Tang Zheng with gratitude. The benefits this time were real and even priceless. Tang Zheng calmly accepted the gazes from all directions, and looked at the Dragon King thoughtfully. He did not know what the Dragon King wanted to do. The Dragon King continued, "The dragon race has a total of 9 dragon envoys. However, one of them met with misfortune, and was killed by the dragon slayer. However, the heavens have sent us a new dragon envoy." A new dragon envoy. All of the gazes fell on Tang Zheng. There was no jealousy and they all felt that the title was deserved. "This envoy is our new dragon envoy. He is not a normal dragon envoy, but a dragon god envoy. He is not inferior to me. From today onwards, the words of the dragon god envoy will be the holy words of the dragon race," the Dragon King said passionately. At that moment, all the dragons were stunned and dumbfounded. Everyone thought that the Dragon King would reward Tang Zheng, but they never thought that the Dragon King would give him the title of Dragon God Envoy, and raise his status to such an extent. Chapter 16:13. Dragon God Envoy. Tang Zheng was stunned. He did not expect the Dragon King to bestow him such a title, and it was obviously different from the other 8 dragon envoys, specifically stating that he was not inferior to the Dragon King. This already raised his status to a very high level. Heavenly Voice novel. Hearing the earth-shattering cheers of the Dragon God Envoy, even the 8 dragon envoys beside him shouted. Tang Zheng's emotions were also stirred up, setting off great waves. He became the center of attention, the center of the entire dragon race. The Dragon King looked at him with a smile, raised his hands and said, "Let's invite the Dragon God Envoy up to speak." Tang Zheng did not decline. Wasn't this what he wanted? He wanted to expand his influence and speaking rights in the dragon race. The title of Dragon God Envoy perfectly solved this problem. He slowly rose into the sky, without releasing the dragon god's dragon aura. Just his own dragon aura was already terrifyingly powerful. Many dragons bowed respectfully and looked at Ji Hao with more and more passionate eyes. Tang Zheng looked down at the dragon race, densely packed and extending to the end of the horizon. His heart was filled with pride. He said heroically, "The dragon race is a noble race. In the past, in the present, and in the future, the humiliation of the past has become history. From this moment on, the dragon race will stand up." He deliberately took a step forward, rising higher. His voice was loud and clear, clearly transmitted into the ears of every dragon, deafening the deaf. Although it was only a few words, it seemed to have great magic. A wave of emotion spread throughout the dragon race. The Dragon King also could not help but light up, shining brightly. The dragon race has stood up. The Dragon King was the first to roar. The other dragons also echoed, loudly echoing. The dragon race has stood up. The dragon race has stood up. Deafening shouts resounded through the clouds, shaking the dragon region. This was the voice of the dragon race. At this moment, it finally burst out, like a stone stirring up 1,000 ripples. The Dragon King looked at this scene with a myriad of emotions. He did not know how many years it had been since he saw the dragon race with such a high morale and unity. He took a deep look at Tang Zheng, and thought to himself that perhaps he really was an emissary sent by the heavens. No, an emissary sent by the dragon god. The matter of the dragon clan had come to an end. He had already discussed a plan with the Dragon King. As for the trap in the Langia Pavilion, it had already been set. They were only waiting for the dragon slayers to step into the Langia Pavilion. Then the trap would be triggered automatically. At that time, they would let the dragon slayers experience the feeling of being hunted down. Hearing that Tang Zheng was going to leave, the Dragon King and the 8 dragon envoys were shocked and tried to persuade him to stay. The Dragon God Envoy had become the new core figure of the Dragon Clan, equivalent to the symbol of the Dragon Clan. If he were to leave, it would inevitably disappoint the other members of the Dragon Clan. However, Tang Zheng had no choice but to leave. He still had too many things waiting for him to do, but the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy were so kind that he couldn't refuse. He was in a dilemma. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the Golden Dragon. He had an idea and said, "You're worried that I won't return. Let the Golden Dragon stay here. If anything happens, he can find me." "Master, I want to stay by your side and serve you." The Golden Dragon was anxious when he heard this. He quickly expressed his opinion and was reluctant to leave. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "The Dragon Field is your home. Your clansmen are here. It's better for you to stay here than to follow me everywhere. In addition, you have to work hard to cultivate the advanced version of the Dragon God technique. Who knows, the divine instruments in one of the remaining floors of the Langya Pavilion might be yours." The Golden Dragon was silent. From Tang Zheng's eyes and words, he could feel his master's earnest hope. He pondered for a while and finally nodded. "All right, I'll stay in the Dragon Field. Please rest assured, Master. I'll definitely cultivate wholeheartedly and won't embarrass you." Seeing that Tang Zheng had made up his mind, the Dragon King and the Dragon Envoy could only compromise and accept this arrangement. At the same time, their gazes towards the Golden Dragon changed again and again. There was no doubt that the Golden Dragon's status in the Dragon Clan would rise along with Tang Zheng. Before leaving the Dragon Field, Tang Zheng took another look. He thought to himself that if he moved the Dragon Field into the Heaven Realm, perhaps the Dragon Slayers wouldn't be able to find them. Naturally, the Dragon Clan would be safe. However, when other creatures entered the Heaven Realm, they could only be turned into pure energy. Other than the Dragon Cave, which had entered the Heaven Realm and maintained a part of its original state, it was an exception. Perhaps this will happen in the future. Once they reach the Heaven Realm, the lightning in the Dragon Cave can temper them and make them stronger. He shook his head and temporarily abandoned this thought. At least he couldn't do it now. He looked back at the Golden Dragon, the Dragon King, and the other dragons. With a wave of his hand, he opened the spatial door and strode in. It was a sunny day in the human world. When Tang Zheng walked out of the spatial door, he saw the blue sky and white clouds. He felt relaxed and happy. After the transformation of the Tree of Life, the air in the human world had become very fresh. All the pollution had been removed, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had reached a peak. The cultivation speed of all the cultivators in the world would soar and walk on the fast track. At this moment, it was almost the spring festival. The atmosphere in the land of Wuxia was lively. Every family welcomed the spring festival. When he landed in the capital, he felt that this grand city was much more deserted. Many outsiders had already returned home. His classmates had already returned home. In the past half a year, he had almost never gone to school. There were too many things to do, so he couldn't split himself. It's the spring festival. I'll rest at home for a while and accompany grandfather and the others. He had been running around all day and didn't know when it would end. He was reminded of the scenery and had this idea. When he walked to the door, he couldn't help but think of 2 people, his parents. Ever since they left quietly, there had been no news of them. It was as if the human world had evaporated. He had also thought of asking the Li Palace to search for their traces. However, Li Xiaotian spent a lot of effort and found nothing. Tang Zheng also gave up. Since they didn't want him to find them, they naturally had a way to avoid him. It was useless to search for them. When they saw Tang Zheng come back alone, the others were curious. This time, he and the Golden Dragon quietly left. The others didn't know where he went. At first, in order to prevent everyone from worrying, he deliberately avoided talking about it. This time, he returned safe and sound, so he naturally told them everything. Everyone was excited. To them, dragons were naturally incomparably mysterious. Tang Zheng was lucky enough to go to the dragon domain and see so many legendary dragons. He was even titled as the Dragon God Envoy. Immediately, everyone was overjoyed and felt honored. It's close to the spring festival. I won't leave for the time being. I'll stay at home to accompany everyone for the spring festival. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, the house rang out with cheers. In the past year, everyone had been apart more than together. Although they didn't say anything, they knew that it was because they had no choice. But since they had the opportunity to gather together, they were naturally very happy. Tang Dahai made the final decision and said with joy, "In the past, we didn't have the atmosphere for the spring festival. This year there are so many people. We must have a lively spring festival." Although Tang Dahai's appearance had changed very little, his spirit was no longer like an old man. He was full of energy. "Okay, we'll have a lively spring festival." Tang Zheng nodded and said, "If your parents were here, this spring festival would be even more interesting." Tang Dahai said with emotion. Chapter 16:14. It was the 12th month of winter in the capital city, covered in white snow. However, in another place it was spring all year round. Flowers, birds, and grass were everywhere. It was truly a paradise. A heavenly novel. In this paradise, there was a small wooden building. Two people directly walked out of the wooden building. Their feet were like the wind as they walked through the air. They strolled leisurely like this and arrived at a lake as if they were walking on flat ground. Shwa shwa. Sword chi was like a rainbow. Two streaks of sword chi shot out from their fingertips. There was no sword in their hands, but there was a sword in their hearts. Therefore, when their fingers drew in the air, sword chi gushed out as if it was cutting through the sky. The two people rushed into the sky and the formless sword chi clashed in the air. There was no wind, but the surface of the lake surged with waves. With a loud rumble, a wave of water rushed into the sky. The sword chi condensed and gradually emitted a bit of light. Their sword chi condensed into a physical body. If a martial artist saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. They would not be able to guess what realm the two people's martial arts had reached, and what kind of martial arts they cultivated to have such power. The two people looked at each other, and shouted in tacit understanding. They quickly attacked each other. With the light sword in hand, the wind and clouds changed color. Rumble, rumble, rumble. More water pillars exploded on the surface of the lake. The momentum was great. The two people continued to fight like this until the sun set in the west. In such a high-intensity battle, the two people were not out of breath and their faces were not red. It could be seen how long their chi and skills were. They flew down from the sky and walked on the green grass beside the lake. They were like a couple who only envied mandarin ducks and not immortals. The woman nestled in the man's arms and looked into the distance. She looked past the mountains as if she wanted to see through the layers of obstacles and reach the place thousands of miles away. "Junshan, how do you think our son is? He is very strong and has so many people assisting him. He will be fine. His cultivation has probably increased by a lot. I am not worried about his cultivation. It's just that he is so young and has already faced so many dangerous things. It is far more difficult than when we were young. It really is hard on him. The heavens have given him a great responsibility." It turned out that these two people were the parents Tang Zheng had been searching for, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. "It's almost the new year. I really miss my son. I don't know if he misses us," Lan Yu said with a sad expression. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect him well back then, and that's why our relationship has become so distant. It's been hard on you and your son all these years." Wu Junshan gently stroked his beloved wife's hair. He was deeply moved and blamed himself. Lan Yu shook her head and said, "I misunderstood you in the past. Now that I think about it, you have done enough. It's a pity that we were too weak back then. If we had continued to stay here, perhaps none of this would have happened." Lan Yu looked around, his gaze sweeping past every blade of grass and every tree. He was extremely regretful. "We grew up in the martial organization and were loyal to them. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If it wasn't for the birth of our son, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to see the true face of the martial organization," Wu Junshan said in a heavy tone. "Speaking of our son, I was conceived here in the past." Lan Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of shyness as she spoke tenderly. Wu Junshan seemed to have sunk into his memories. An indistinct smile appeared on his face. That's right. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. We survived a great calamity and even conceived a son here. This is a gift from the heavens to us. Junshan, how do you think our son is a celestial with the 9 young saint body? I've never been able to figure this out, said Lan Yu faintly. This question had perplexed him for many years, but he had never been able to find an answer. Wu Junshan was silent. He had clearly also considered this question. After muttering to himself for a long time, he said uncertainly, our son was conceived here. Do you think it has something to do with this place? It has something to do with this place? Lan Yu was horrified. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. His eyes gradually lit up as he looked around. Could it really be like this? The husband and wife were both very clear that this place was too mysterious. There were many unsolved mysteries here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled so far and spent so much effort to find this place and return to their homeland. They wanted to increase their strength as quickly as possible, and the only method was this place. Speaking of this place, it had to be traced back to 20 years ago. At that time, during a confrontation with an enemy, the two of them accidentally entered this place and were trapped for several months. This place wasn't small. They had practically walked through it, but they still hadn't found an exit. In the end, they had discovered a wordless wall. This wordless wall's name wasn't given by them. Instead, the word wordless was carved into the wall. Thus, it was named the wordless wall. Every time there was a full moon, 2 figures would appear on the wordless wall. At the beginning, they didn't understand what was going on. Afterwards, they gradually found some clues. These 2 figures were actually practicing the sword. The 2 swords combined together was extremely powerful. But at that time, they had wholeheartedly supported Chief Wu. They believed that there was no martial arts that could compare to a martial ancestor, so they didn't investigate any further. Afterwards, by chance, they finally left this place a few months later. They never thought of returning. Afterwards, as their martial arts grew deeper and deeper, they began to recall the details. Only then did they realize that the sword techniques on the wordless wall were even more profound than the martial arts they cultivated. But for a long period of time, the relationship between the two of them wasn't good. Thus, they didn't have the heart to revisit this place. But ever since they recognized their son, they realized that their son's realm had left them far behind. They couldn't help at all. Only then did they recall this wordless wall again. Thus, the two of them went through untold hardships and finally found this place with great difficulty. The two of them concentrated on comprehending the profound principles of the wordless wall. Finally, they had a harvest. They comprehended a set of profound sword techniques. This was a set of sword techniques that 2 people practiced together. If one practiced it alone, it would be easy for one to suffer from chi deviation. During this period of time, their martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds. They were different every day. It really gave them a taste of an unprecedented harvest. However, they hadn't completely mastered this set of sword techniques. They had a premonition that once they mastered this set of sword techniques, it would be the day they would leave this place and truly recognize their son. At that time, they could stay by their son's side and make up for their dereliction of duty. They could shelter their son from the wind and rain. Our son's birthday is in the 2nd month. We must master this sword technique before then, and then return. Tian Chanzi once said that on his 20th birthday, his pure young energy will completely explode. If he doesn't pass this hurdle, then his life will be in danger. Lan Yu worriedly said. Wu Junshan held her shoulder and comforted her. What kind of person is our son? Pure young energy won't take his life. Moreover, doesn't he have so many girls by his side? You don't need to worry. Our son is like this. How can I, as a mother, not worry? Then we must seize this opportunity to practice the sword. We must strive to master it as soon as possible, so that we can return as soon as possible to shelter our son from the wind and rain. Wu Junshan firmly said. Lan Yu glanced at her husband and nodded heavily. Tang Zheng didn't know that his birthday was in the 2nd month. He always thought that the birthday his grandfather told him was his birth date, which was in the 3rd month. Chapter 16:15. The night was very dark, and the silver moonlight sprinkled down. It was the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. The moonlight once again sprinkled on the wordless wall, and two figures immediately appeared on the wall. They were very clear and lifelike, not much different from real people. Heavenly Voice Novel 2. These two figures held long swords in their hands. Their bodies were graceful, and their swords were like swimming dragons as they danced, dazzling the eyes. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu opened their eyes wide as they stared at this scene, hoping to comprehend more sword moves from it. Their bodies did not move, but their hearts were already moved. As the figures moved, traces of understanding spontaneously rose from the bottom of their hearts. Suddenly, the two people's eyes widened as they stared fixedly at the wordless wall. Their faces revealed shock. They had never seen such a scene before. There was actually another figure on the wordless wall. A third figure. What was going on? They had already seen the wordless wall several times, but without exception, there were only two figures. There was never a third figure. They were not so blind that they could not even see this. So, what was going on with this third figure that had just appeared? The two looked at each other in dismay, unable to hide the complicated look in their eyes. Lan Yu moved his throat and carefully asked, "What is going on?" Wu Junshan shook his head. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he could not understand what was going on. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Let's take a look for now." Just as his voice fell, the wordless wall began to change. The third figure gradually became clear, as if it was really going to become a person and rush out from the wordless wall. The two were so frightened that they subconsciously retreated. Their nerves immediately tensed up as they were on full alert, staring unblinkingly at the wordless wall. Gradually, the figure became completely clear, and even its facial features became much more detailed. It was really no different from a real person. The two were shocked because they could see a trace of familiarity from the facial features. It was as if they had seen it somewhere before. "Who is it? It seems like we know each other." The two looked at each other. There was no need for a single word as they understood each other's thoughts. "What should we do?" Lan Yu asked. They did not know whether this change was good or bad, and the two were somewhat undecided. Before the two of them could make a decision, the third figure made a qualitative leap. It had completely turned into the image of a person. Its facial features were vivid and lifelike. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed at the same time, "Yan Qingyi!" Yes, this figure was actually Yan Qingyi. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, ruffling the branches around them. This gust of wind was extremely fierce. The two of them subconsciously closed their eyes, and then suddenly opened them again. They were shocked to find that there was no third figure on the wordless wall. "Where did it go? Are you looking for me?" A voice came from behind them, startling them. They turned around abruptly, and saw a living person standing in front of them. "Yan Qingyi!" The two of them cried out in surprise again. Their expressions were extremely rich. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand how Yan Qingyi could fly out from the wordless wall. How did she do all this? Yan Qingyi looked at the two of them with an indifferent expression. She was not surprised, but in fact there was a trace of surprise in the depths of her eyes. She seemed to be very surprised to see Tang Zheng's parents here. Speaking of which, she had also experienced a lot of ups and downs during this period of time. Ever since she was defeated in the capital, her mood had suffered a heavy blow. She had always boasted that she was the successor of the Heavenly Tao, and even the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao. However, she could not understand how she had been defeated by Tang Zheng. She had the help of the Heavenly Tao. Could it be that she was still not a match for Tang Zheng? Or was this the original intention of the Heavenly Tao to test her? She could not figure it out. She thought bitterly for a long time until one day, it suddenly became clear. This was because the voice of the Heavenly Tao had taken the initiative to call her, and answered her doubts. She believed that she would not forget until she died. What the Heavenly Tao had told her made her feel enlightened. She was wild with joy, and she felt a heavy burden on her body. The Heavenly Tao had told her that the Heavenly Tao was at its most dangerous time. It was threatened, and not just challenged. The heavenly Tao spoke with certainty. At first, Yan Qingyi felt that it was nonsense and exaggeration. However, gradually, as the heavenly Tao explained in depth, she began to believe it. Under the heavens, there was actually something that could threaten the heavenly Tao. This was really eye-popping news. However, even the heavenly Tao did not know what was threatening it, so it needed the help of others. Yan Qingyi was the candidate chosen by the heavenly Tao. Seeing that her mind was wavering, even the heavenly Tao had no choice but to come out and explain. It stabilized her mind and ensured that the heavenly Tao's plan was flawless. Yan Qingyi's mind was indeed stabilized. She also understood the great responsibility that she was shouldering. She also knew what she should do next. The heavenly Tao had already arranged everything. She only needed to take action, although she did not understand the mystery of these actions. She also obeyed the heavenly Tao's arrangement, so she came here in a daze. She actually passed through a transmission array from a mysterious place, and then appeared on the wordless wall. When she came out of the wordless wall, she was very surprised, especially when she saw Wu Junshan and Lan Yu. She naturally knew the identity of these two people, and knew that they had left Tangzheng. However, no matter what, Yan Qingyi did not expect that she would actually see them here. What was the heavenly Tao's purpose in bringing her here? Could it be that it was to see them? She looked around and did not see anyone else. She could not help but believe her own judgment. Perhaps the heavenly Tao really wanted her to see them. Perhaps it wanted to catch them, and then make Tangzheng obediently submit. Thinking of this, her face gradually became gloomy. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife as she stared at the two people. However, she was slightly puzzled in her heart. Why did her connection with the heavenly Tao become weaker after she came here? It seemed that something had blocked her connection with the heavenly Tao. This was unprecedented. She could not help but frown. Both sides' gazes met and stared at each other. Yan Qingyi did not ask why the two people were here, but Lan Yu could not help but ask, "Yan Qingyi, why are you here? And you came in from the wordless wall?" Originally, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were trapped here. They spent several months and left this place from other places, not from the wordless wall. Since they could come in from the wordless wall, then could they also leave from the wordless wall? But how could they touch all of this? They could not figure it out. Yan Qingyi curiously muttered to herself, "The wordless wall?" Chapter 16:16. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu also discovered that the two figures had disappeared. They were both shocked and cried out in alarm. How did they disappear? In the past, the figures on the wall would only disappear when the sky gradually brightened, but this time they actually disappeared so early. Heavenly Voice Novel, was it definitely related to Yan Qingyi? The two of them widened their eyes and stared straight at Yan Qingyi, saying, "What did you do?" Yan Qingyi looked at the two blankly. "I didn't do anything? You two were hiding here. No wonder you could disappear without a trace. From now on, you won't be able to hide anymore. What do you want to do?" Wu Junshan's expression was guarded as he stood in front of his wife, glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey. Yan Qingyi walked step by step towards the two. "Yuemo has already become very powerful. If I want to restrain him, perhaps I'll have to capture the two of you." With that, she approached the two step by step. The two looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Without a doubt, Yan Qingyi wanted to capture them and then threaten Tangzheng. How could they let Yan Qingyi have her way? They already felt very guilty for not being able to help Tangzheng, so how could they allow themselves to be a burden to Tangzheng? Thus, they definitely could not fall into Yan Qingyi's hands. The two nodded inwardly, understanding each other's intentions. Then, with a flash of sword light, two light swords lit up, especially dazzling in the night. Yan Qingyi looked at the two in astonishment. In her impression, they weren't this powerful. She didn't expect them to become so strong. But so what? How could they be her match? She reached out and grabbed at the air, causing the air to suddenly shrink, causing the two to feel their bodies tighten. They quickly flew towards Yan Qingyi. "Cut!" Wu Junshan shouted and the light sword fell, cutting the air in front of him. The feeling of restraint immediately disappeared, and the two were quickly freed. Yan Qingyi was shocked. She did not expect the other party to break free so quickly. She quickly found the answer. Her heart was in turmoil, and her face was slightly pale. My heavenly Tao was actually restricted when I used it. What caused this? Yan Qingyi was puzzled. She looked around and felt as if there was really an energy suppressing her. On the other hand, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were full of fighting spirit, as if they were not affected at all. Is there really something fishy about this place? Thinking of this, he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stared at the two and asked, "What is this place?" When Wu Junshan and Lan Yu saw that she had actually stopped again, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. They said, "If you don't know where this place is, how did you come here? Moreover, you passed through the wordless wall. How did you do it?" Lan Yu did not answer the question truthfully. This involved the heavenly Tao, so she naturally had to keep it a secret. "It seems like you two really do have many secrets. I will slowly find out all of these secrets." Yan Qingyi looked at the two with a burning gaze. Wishful thinking. Lan Yu said resolutely. Yan Qingyi did not care at all. This place was so strange, and Wu Junshan and Lan Yu had appeared. He could not help but think a little more. Perhaps the heavenly Tao had her come here not only for these two, but also for a deeper reason. It was just that the heavenly Tao could not explain it clearly. She could not help but feel a strong interest. She wanted to investigate and see what was so mystical about this place that it could actually deceive the mysteries of the heavens. However, she first had to restrain the two in front of her. Whoosh! Her figure moved and she attacked again. The air seemed to solidify, and it swept towards the two. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu were completely focused, paying attention to all movements. They immediately discovered the abnormality, and the two immediately counterattacked. The moonlight in the sky seemed to fall into their hands. Two silver-white sword lights arrived in front of Yan Qingyi in a breath's time. Yan Qingyi reached out with both hands and actually caught the two sword lights. However, the strength of the sword lights far exceeded her expectations. The air was completely cut apart, and the air around her began to boil. The blazing air caused her breathing to become hurried involuntarily. Yan Qingyi's eyes flashed with a frightening light. She tenderly rebuked, "Break?" The sword light split into two, breaking into two. The sword light dissipated. Yan Qingyi did not even have time to catch her breath before another two sword lights appeared out of nowhere, violently surging towards her. The two people's attacks were endless. One of them went on the defensive, using swift and violent attacks to attack Yan Qingyi like a torrential storm. Although Yan Qingyi blocked and even counterattacked, it was far from over. In a flash, the two sides had already exchanged dozens of blows. Yan Qingyi did not completely suppress the two as she had expected. Instead, the two sides were evenly matched. Yan Qingyi's eyes widened involuntarily. She finally understood that she had underestimated her opponents and overestimated herself. The two people's strength had taken a qualitative leap, and due to some mysterious restriction, she was unable to completely wield the might of the heavenly Tao. This caused the two sides to be evenly matched. She was filled with resentment. If it were not for this damned place, why would she be in such a passive position? She could not even take care of these two people. Wu Junshan and Lan Yu became more and more courageous as they fought. The two of them had practiced this sword technique for a long time, but they still lacked actual combat experience. Yan Qingyi happened to make up for this, and became the best practical opponent for them. The two of them were originally husband and wife, and after practicing this sword technique, their minds were practically connected. A simple glance or a small movement was enough for them to understand each other's intentions. Then, after harmoniously coordinating with each other, it was flawless, causing the power of their attacks to increase exponentially. The battle had already reached its climax. In fact, both sides knew that there was no way to defeat the other. Yan Qingyi had once thought of a way to defeat them one by one, which would make it much easier to deal with them. However, Wu Junshan and Lan Yu seemed to be a single entity. She had no way of defeating them one by one. Attacking one was attacking both of them. This was like a curse, and she had no way of breaking this curse. What should I do? Yan Qingyi was anxious. If she could not break through, then this would continue. In the long run, how could she complete the Heavenly Tao's arrangement? She really hoped that the Heavenly Tao would contact her again and let her know what to do. Perhaps, what the purpose of this trip was. Perhaps, even the Heavenly Tao did not completely know the purpose of this trip and what was going on. All kinds of complicated thoughts surfaced in her mind, and she had all kinds of different guesses. The sky brightened, then darkened, then brightened again. The two sides had already fought for a long time, and they were both physically and mentally exhausted. Finally, both sides had no choice but to stop and breathe like cows. Their eyes were filled with helplessness as they looked at each other. They had no way of defeating each other, so what could they do? They would fight again after resting. Both sides understood that it was extremely difficult to avoid this kind of anxious situation. They had to continue fighting, unless there was a victor. Without a doubt, this place would not be peaceful for a very long time. As for who would win and who would lose in the end, it was unknown when the result would be revealed. Chapter 16-17. The Spring Festival was a day when thousands of families reunited. The capital suddenly seemed empty, but Tangzheng's villa area was still very lively. Many people had left the capital. Although they all wanted to accompany Tangzheng, they all had their own families. Every festive season, family reunion was the right thing to do. Feng Sheshe returned to Ordinary Balance's home, while Yi Dingdong's family stayed in Dianan. They realized the importance of Dianan to martial artists, and were reluctant to leave. Wu and Li Xiaotian also stayed in Dianan. Wu presided over the overall situation in Dianan, while Li Xiaotian's Li Palace coordinated and had complete control of Dianan. Lu Qingmei's relationship with her father was not very good, and she did not like the officialdom. As a result, although her father was a high official, she deliberately stayed away from him. But now, because of the attack of his opponent, her father had retreated early. Lu Qingmei still had this father in her heart, so she decided to go back to see him and comfort him. Naturally, she could not stay to accompany Tangzheng for the Spring Festival, and had returned to her country long ago. Tangzheng was almost always away from home, although she had once vowed to pursue Tangzheng with lofty aspirations. But reality was always cruel. Tangzheng could not even take care of the other women, so how could she have a chance? Moreover, Anne was a princess after all, and her thoughts were completely different from ordinary people. Ever since she saw Tangzheng's deep feelings for other women, not only was she not jealous, she was extremely moved. Thus, she quietly began to disappear from Tangzheng's world and returned to her own country. However, she did not completely separate herself from Tangzheng. After all, Tangzheng still had so many industries abroad, and she was also involved in them. The Empyrean fairy had already left, and her whereabouts were unknown. She was determined to revive the Emperor of Heaven before she could return again. Linger's momentum was very strong, and her popularity soared. She even had the opportunity to perform on the Spring Festival Gala alone. She was busy with work, and did not have the chance to accompany Tangzheng for the new year. Everyone went their separate ways. In the end, there were very few people left in the capital. But Tangzheng was not alone, because he had Mu Hongyan and her daughter by his side. They no longer had to return to Dianan, so naturally, they would spend the new year with Tangzheng. Other than that, there were also many members of the sorcerer tribe. This big family caused the villa area to be decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was very lively. Moreover, many of the traditional customs and programs of the sorcerer tribe had been passed down, which pushed the festive atmosphere to its peak. The elder of the sorcerer tribe had already discussed with Tangzheng that during the Spring Festival, the sorcerer tribe would hold a grand competition to test the results of the sorcerer tribe's cultivation over the past year. Tangzheng gladly agreed. Although he was the emissary of the sorcerer tribe, he did not take care of the sorcerer tribe much. Usually, it was the elders of the sorcerer tribe who were in charge of the sorcerer tribe. He would take this opportunity to test the strength of the sorcerer tribe, and at the same time, unearth the best among them and entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Without a doubt, this was a crucial opportunity not only for Tangzheng, but also for many of the sorcerer tribe members. They had witnessed the rise of Tang Zheng and felt honored to have such an emissary. If they could receive a few pointers from the emissary during the competition, they would definitely benefit greatly. If their results were outstanding, then the emissary would definitely look at them in a different light. In the future, they would have the chance to follow him and fight in the north and south. The sorcerer tribe was a natural warrior. They were born with a warlike gene, and as their strength increased, this point was completely revealed. No sorcerer tribe member wanted to be a coward, so naturally, they would not miss this heaven-sent opportunity. In addition, it was said that the emissary had prepared a great gift. The winner would have the chance to receive these rewards, and their strength would naturally rise to a higher level in the future. The sorcerer tribe had been preparing for this day for a long time. On New Year's Eve, the sorcerer tribe had woken up early before dawn. The villa area had already set up an arena. There was a hubbub of voices, flags fluttering, and lanterns decorated the area. It was extremely lively. The emissary of the sorcerer tribe had been waiting at Tang Zheng's residence for a long time. When he saw Tang Zheng walk out, he hurriedly went up to him and shouted respectfully, "Sir Envoy, everyone is ready." Tang Zheng nodded his head solemnly, but Nana could no longer hold back the curiosity in her heart. She rushed out excitedly like a small whirlwind, and did not forget to cheer. "I want to compete too. I want to compete too." Mu Hongyan looked at her daughter helplessly and said with a faint smile, "This girl was so excited last night that she wanted to participate in the competition. I don't know who she learned it from, but she's so competitive." Tang Zheng looked at Mu Hongyan affectionately and said, "Like mother, like daughter. She must have learned this from you." Mu Hongyan was a strong woman in the business world, and many men could not compare to her. Therefore, Tang Zheng was not wrong. Mu Hongyan laughed involuntarily. "You're flattering me. Everyone is waiting. Let's go." The two of them walked side by side towards the arena. They realized that Tian Chanzi and his grandfather were already waiting for them. They were looking at the imposing witch tribe warriors with gratification. The witch tribe warriors were born with divine strength. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were like sharp swords standing there, causing people to respect them. When everyone saw Tang Zheng, their eyes widened. They were brimming with energy and their eyes burned like flames as they stared straight at him. Tian Chanzi was extremely moved. Tang Dahai was extremely gratified. He had such a strong team. If not for the witch tribe, this place would definitely not be as safe as it was now. The witch tribe did not fight in the north and south, but they ensured that Tang Zheng's rear was not on fire. This was the greatest contribution. But this time's competition caused Tang Zheng's heart to move. The witch tribe was like a flower in a greenhouse. Most of them had not experienced actual combat. If they really encountered actual combat, it was unknown what level the witch tribe could display. Tang Zheng had to change the situation. This was an excellent opportunity. In the future, the witch tribe could participate in the war, especially against the sky beyond sky. The power of the sky beyond sky was huge. Even with Xiaobai, the royal family, there would inevitably be a great war in the future. This was not something that a single person could completely control. Therefore, it was necessary to reserve enough combat power and prepare for a rainy day. Only then could they win this war in the future. When Tang Zheng walked onto the arena, there was complete silence. Everyone stopped talking, but in the next second, there were thunderous cheers. They kept waving their hands, more excited than fans seeing a star. Tang Zheng's position in the hearts of the witch tribe was more important than their own lives. How could any star be compared to him? Tang Zheng was also excited. He looked at the crowd with a burning gaze. He raised his hand and pressed it down. Only then did the cheers gradually calm down. However, there was no way to stop the pairs of blazing eyes. "Brothers and sisters of the witch tribe, it's been hard on you to follow me for the past year." Tang Zheng's feelings were sincere. After he finished speaking, he bowed to everyone. "No, Lord Envoy. The witch tribe did not dare to accept this big gift." Tang Zheng smiled and said to himself, "On the eve of the spring festival, everyone is gathered together to celebrate the grand occasion. I hope that everyone will perform perfectly in this competition. For the outstanding ones, I have prepared rich prizes." Wow. When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar again. They knew that Tang Zheng's prize was definitely not an ordinary item. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 16-18. Bang, bang, bang. A huge drum stood at the side of the stage. A witch clan member held a drumstick and began to hit it heavily. The sound of the drum rumbled and shook one's heart. One by one, the witch clan members' blood began to boil as they walked towards the small stages. There were already many small stages built in the empty plaza, and the selected witch clan warriors walked straight towards the stage. Not all of the witch clan members would be on stage this time. The witch clan had already grown to hundreds of people, and those who participated in the competition were the best of the best. Therefore, they had already gone through a round of screening. Every single one of them was a warrior of the witch clan, an elite amongst warriors. All of them were in high spirits, exuding vitality. Their muscles were strong and powerful, and their veins seemed to be exposed on their arms, as if there were small pythons wrapped around their arms. Every witch clan member was eager to give it a try, their faces brimming with the passion for battle. Bang, bang, bang. One figure after another jumped onto the stage, causing the stage to shake non-stop, as if it was about to collapse. The witch clan elder asked for instructions from Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded his head slightly and said with a loud voice, "Let the competition begin." Several people on the stage cheered and attacked their opponents at the same time. Immediately, the arena heads began to fight fiercely. The shamans were born with divine strength, and they especially liked pure strength battles. Each of them was exceptionally tall, so this kind of battle was extremely intense. It was filled with the aura of hormones, causing the hearts of those who watched to beat rapidly, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The overall level of the witch clan had progressed very quickly, and not only were there men participating in the competition, there were also women. In the beginning, the witch clan was a completely male society, but ever since they merged with the modern society, the women in the witch clan had also rapidly developed and grown stronger. There were already people whose strength was not inferior to the men in the past. With regards to this, Tang Zheng was extremely gratified, and could not help but take a few more glances. One of the female characters was not tall, and was clearly different from the other female characters. Huh. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows, stared straight at that person and asked, "Elder, that person looks thin and weak, but his strength is not low. You have really taught him well, to actually unearth so many talents." The elder also looked at him with a burning gaze. He looked over and saw through the clues at a glance. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said resentfully, "That person doesn't seem to be from the shaman tribe." "What?" Tang Zheng frowned and asked in surprise, "If it's not the sorcerer tribe, then who is it? Is there anyone else here?" The elder apologized and said, "That seems to be the person you brought back." "Bring me back? Where did I bring it back from?" Tang Zheng was confused. That was clearly a girl. When did he bring a girl back? Why didn't he have any impression of her? The elder understood Tang Zheng's doubts and explained, "You're usually too busy, so I didn't tell you about this small matter. Actually, I didn't expect this girl to progress so quickly. She's Ling Qianyu, the one you brought back from the southwest border." Ling Qianyu? Tang Zheng was shocked. With his extraordinary memory, he naturally searched for this name in the depths of his memory. But wasn't that a boy? How did it become a girl? He still remembered when he killed the enemy. Ling Qianyu decisively rejected him. It was extremely difficult to link her to the thin but agile figure on the stage. So she was a girl disguised as a man. She actually deceived my eyes. He finally understood why Ling Qianyu did that. The southwest border was a dangerous place. It was full of intrigue and blood. Although she had the protection of her grandfather, a boy's identity was still better than a girl's. He couldn't help but remember that the old man entrusted Ling Qianyu to him before he died. After returning to the country, he handed her over to his subordinates. He was distracted by other things and didn't ask about her. She also became a cultivator? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Yes, at first she wasn't a cultivator. But since she came back with us from the southwest border, she was closer to us. It didn't take long for her to become familiar with our clansmen. Later on, seeing that her heart was firm, her talent wasn't bad, and she also had spiritual energy, I taught her some cultivation techniques. I didn't think that she would improve so quickly and actually sneak onto the stage. I don't even know how she got onto the stage. The elder said in confusion. This is my dereliction of duty. Please punish me. The elder lowered his head and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He was willing to accept the punishment. Tang Zheng smiled unconcernedly and said, Elder, what crime did you commit? Don't make a big fuss out of nothing. This is my dereliction of duty. I was entrusted by others, but I didn't do my duty. Instead, it was you who made up for my mistake. I can't thank you enough, so why would I punish you? The elder was relieved and said, Then I'll call her down. She can't be mischievous anymore. Tang Zheng looked deeply at Ling Qianyu and said, Forget it. Since she went onto the stage, then it's her choice. Let's see what kind of results she can achieve. Nana came out of nowhere and hung onto Tang Zheng's arm. She pouted and said, Brother, I also want to go onto the stage to compete. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily and raised his arm high. Nana was like a naughty monkey, hanging onto his arm and not letting go. She stubbornly said, Brother, I'm begging you. Promise me. Didn't you see that Ling Qianyu also went onto the stage? You also know her? Tang Zheng asked in astonishment. Nana nodded. She usually works very hard in her cultivation. She often goes to the small forest to cultivate. I occasionally see her when I go out to play. Then you know that she works hard in her cultivation. What about yourself? Have you worked hard in your cultivation? Tang Zheng deliberately asked seriously. Nana proudly raised her head and said, Of course I have worked hard in my cultivation. Am I not going onto the stage to prove it? Tang Zheng didn't want to mess around with her. He glanced at Mu Hongyan. She understood and immediately hugged her daughter and said, Nana, be good. Don't disturb your brother. Nana snorted and pouted her lips in grievance. They can go onto the stage but I can't. Hung, you're biased, bad brother. Looking at her comical appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing Nanan's mouth to pout even higher. The battle on the stage became extremely intense and entered its final stage. In a direct confrontation, the pure strength of the battle caused adrenaline to soar. One of them was Yi Yuan, who was originally the #1 expert of the Witch clan's younger generation, so he was naturally the focus of attention. The other person was actually Ling Qianyu, which caused everyone to be taken aback. To read the latest novel, please visit that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.